Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another broadcast here from the Cow Club and the SCCA here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. It's the U.S. Major Tour and the Porterfield Memorial here for you today. My name is Tristan Parker. I'm filling in for Brian Bielansky. Alongside me, though, another Brian Schubert. Welcome aboard. He's all togged up, ladies and gentlemen, because he's going out there and racing in Group 4.
Group 4, Spec Racer 4. It's the best group here, but...
okay, yeah, nothing controversial about that.
But I have to say, group number 1, the small bore, closed-wheeled race cars, 17 in this group. Tristan, this should be a good show.
It should be indeed, and I will apologize ahead of time for the potential jankiness of this. We're sharing one microphone. We only have one camera.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah, the great Brian Bielansky has not brought his high-level equipment, so we're making do with what we have. Really quick here as we get started on group number 1, the small DOT closed wheel. Let me give you a full field rundown. It's a big field as well, so buckle up. Starting in 17th, number 36, Tony Karatsus from San Jose, California. In 16th, number 116, Carl Fung from Ranchos Palos Verdes, California. In 15th, number 2, David Lecren from Ramona, California. In 14th, number 55, Dallas Carroll from Los Angeles, California. Alongside him, number 68, Mark Smith from Monte Sereno, California. In 12th, number 8, Taz Harvey from Danville, California. Alongside him, 33, Philip Clark from Oceanside, California. In 10th, number 11, Matt Kehoe from San Francisco, California. In 9th, number 21, Mike Henderson from Alpine, California. In 8th, number 62, Christopher Qualls from West Los Angeles, California. In 7th, number 10, Wesley Molno from Glendora, California. In 6th, number 16, Ryan Gutiel from Madera, California. In 5th, number 74, Ross Murray from Marina del Rey, California. In 4th, number 12, Joe Carr from Petaluma, California. And then in 3rd, number 9, Tony Rivera from Oceanside, California. Finally, in 2nd place, number 38, Troy Ermish from Tracy, California. And your overall pole sitter, number 32, Michael Lewis from Poway, California.
Tristan, things I want to look out for, especially going into turn number 1 at the start of this race, is how the cars start to fan out. I'm expecting we're going to see Troy and Michael Lewis kind of stick to where they are in their lanes, but the cars behind, they're going to want to do what they normally do, fan out. The problem is, this track is still really damp. Most of these cars are still on slicks, and the moment you start to touch those curbs, it's going to be like ice. The car is going to want to spin on you super quickly. So if you're one of those enterprising drivers sitting maybe in that 6th, 7th spot, you have to be very calculating of when you hop out of line and how you hop out of line, because you can't win it in turn 1.
Yeah, indeed. And yesterday we had a lot of rain here at Buttonwillow. It was very, very damp. We had some serious issues kind of arising from that. A lot of cars on and off, a lot of mud, a lot of cars getting stuck. In fact, that's actually been plaguing us here today as well.
And the mud is still all over the place. This track is slick, it is icy, and it's not just turn 1 we have to look out for, it's the entire event.
Well, here's the green flag. Race is underway, and there they come through side by side, Michael Lewis and Troy Ermish. And it looked like Troy might have actually had a little bit of a lead right there coming through, so Michael Lewis immediately being put under pressure. Now, as a reminder here in the announce booth at Buttonwillow, things are a little hectic. We're a little constricted on what we can see, so we get a good view of the sunrise turn right there, but that's kind of where we lose them, at least for now. Really quick, just going to go ahead and pull up a track map for you so you can see what we're looking at here today. We're running a clockwise 25A configuration. Only note here on the map you're seeing is that the A section is actually being used, not the off-ramp. Now, you were out there yesterday, Brian. You did your practices, your quals, your races, what have you. It was very inclement weather for you. I know that you found that very annoying, but you were actually talking about how water was pooling on the track and how frustrating that was getting.
Fortunately, right now for this race, I don't think there's any pooling, but what there is there's tons of mud in Cotton Corner. So you go to the traditional line, you try to keep to the apex. They're all very late apex corners. Right now, in these conditions, you're basically like 20 miles off the apex. You're just trying to kind of get through the corner as best as possible.
Yeah, that's actually something we've been struggling with a lot, and we've had our rescue crew, our emergency crews out there, our cleanup crews out there trying to sweep that mud off the track, and it just, it's persistent.
It's
Yeah, it will not go away. I mean, all the dust that we usually have at Buttonwillow has now basically turned into this really sucking mud that just won't go away. So it's definitely a challenge. And you know, it was funny yesterday for a lot of the drivers. It was like their first wet weather race. I think it was only your second, right?
Second, yeah.
Yeah. So that was definite adaptation. But I think everybody's probably a lot happier today that it's dry. You don't have to worry about that anymore.
But that's the thing. It's like it's kind of dry, but it's not like a normal dry race. There's still damp track. Your tires are going to struggle to get up to temperature. Your brakes are going to struggle to get up to temperature. So it's not going to be like your traditional summer Buttonwillow race where the tires are instantaneously up to speed. It's going to take these drivers a while to get up to speed. And speaking of that, Michael Lewis is now falling another spot back.
Yeah, Michael Lewis having a rough start to the race here today. Probably not one of his best performances so far, but he'll have some time to try and make it up. It's a relatively tight group there, actually, at the front. Michael Lewis about 2 seconds behind Troy Ermish, and then Tony Rivera is right in the mix as well. This is a pretty big group. They merged their qualifiers, so you've got 17 in, mostly GT3s, a mixture of STLs, a couple of T3s in there as well. So a pretty diverse mixture of cars, but GT3 lion's share.
You know what? I really like this mixed group because can you hear all the different types of engines?
Yeah.
There is a Corvette Z06 V8. There's a couple rotaries out here. There's some inline fours. There's a Boxster. I mean, there's so many different engine types right now. It's really enjoyable just to like listen to just the lovely noise of race cars.
Yeah, you could hear the some of those guys coming up. I was thinking about that as it was a rotary one, so
Yep.
I hate that noise, to be fair. I was saying that. I say that to you. The rotary engine noise just kills me, but
my favorite. I don't think we're friends anymore.
sorry to say. But taking a look there, kind of just at our drivers, obviously, you know, divisions by categories, the GT3s, that's a real competitive group there at the top. Worth pointing out, today's race is 30 minutes long or to 16 laps, whichever comes first, which is 5 minutes longer than yesterday. It's a relatively long time. Now, you were saying, Brian, from a driver's perspective, you actually like that little bit more time out there on the track.
It gives you extra flexibility to kind of do what we're doing here, Tristan, actually racing these cars. And you want as much time on the track as possible. You want to be able to set yourself up for passes. You want to be able to race. And that's why that 30 minutes is just better. I mean, unless you hate the rain, then you're celebrating that 25.
Yeah. I was going to ask, when you were out there on the rain, because I was thinking about this, you're open pit car, which these aren't. These guys are closed. Were you just getting like rain in your face the entire time?
Pretty much, yeah.
That's what I figured. I was like, that sucks. Like, you don't have a windshield, you know, you're just getting it, whether you like it or not. These guys, they're all fortunate enough to have cover, but we're good today. We're
Not
good.
Not all of them. Some of these Miatas
have
the
right.
roofs cut off them.
Yeah, there's one specific Miata. I can't remember his number. I want to say it's Joe Carr, but I'll get a confirmation. He does have this top. So does the 88. Yeah, that is... who is 88 actually? That might be Taz Harvey. I'm not entirely sure. We'll get another look. I don't actually see an 88 on our qual sheet, so he's a mystery racer out there at the moment, which is an exciting concept to say the least. But this is the back of our pack just coming here across the line. A little bit of shuffling there as we kind of just look through the lineup and see if there's anything interesting going on. And a relatively tight little group down 7, 8, 9. That's Wesley Molno, Matt Kehoe, and Ryan Gutiel. They're all relatively close to one another, 2 STLs and a T3. As is the case, I mean, obviously the classes are technically racing against each other, and then there is an overall race winner for this group, but it really is those individual competitions, the T3s, the STLs, that's what matters.
And right now, Troy Ermish is kind of in a race of his own right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's setting lap times
really
4
fast.
seconds faster. Yeah, 57.623. That is quick. I mean, that's what a lot of the open cockpit wheel cars like the Spec Racer Fords are doing. So Troy is putting down some incredible laps, and I don't think anybody in this field really has anything that can touch Troy's lap time.
Yeah, I'd actually be surprised. I mean, what's interesting is his overall best time coming into quals was 2:08.161. So he's like really going fast.
So group number 1 was the first group on track earlier today.
Right.
They were all on rain tires, so I think that's kind of why we're starting to see some of these like field shift just a bit, because they're now on slicks for the first time today. And when it's moist out, when it's wet out, and you're on rain tires, it really does change the way you drive. And it also comes down to car setup too. A lot of guys are going to be disconnecting the bars, they're going to be moving their brake bias. There's a lot of small changes you make right before you roll on track, and you're going to be constantly adjusting because of those conditions. So once you go back to the dry, you go back to normal, and you can kind of go back to like your default autopilot almost.
Yeah, he's actually going faster. He just came around here on a 155.941, and that is blistering right there. 2006 Nissan 357Z, doing some great work out there right now. And yeah, the closest to him, Tony Rivera, a good almost 10 seconds back. I don't think we're going to be seeing him playing catch up anytime soon here. And that often tends to happen, right, in these races. One guy kind of sets the pace, and it's really hard for everybody to catch up, and that appears to be the case here as well. The unfortunate Michael Lewis, who did okay yesterday, he's not had a very good race. He's back 2 now behind Tony Rivera, so despite coming in off of poles, and actually despite putting up a much better time than he had in qualifying, he now sits in 3rd.
Fortunately for Michael Lewis right now, Christopher Qualls, 13-second difference between them, so I think Michael is just going to be playing the long game, try to race with yourself, and hope that some mistakes happen in front of you. Because, again, 30 minutes is a very long time. We've seen a lot of really unique weather conditions today and over the past 2 days, and sometimes that can lead drivers to make mistakes because, again, you've been practicing in the rain, now we're out in the dry, and you kind of have to remind yourself, how on earth do I race on slicks again?
It's been a very weird weekend at Buttonwillow in terms of the weather. I mean, rainy, it was windy, we talked about the mud already. It's windy and cold again today. Not the pooling, which is good that you were talking about, but still definitely not, I would say, ideal sort of situation for a lot of these drivers. Interesting to note, though, Christopher Qualls, he drives by a pretty hefty margin the newest car on the field. He's in a 2022 Mazda RX-7. Just kind of interesting to note. It's one of the most new cars I think we actually have on in the entire of all 7 races today. I don't think there are a lot of 2022s running around.
Wait, it's reported as a 2022?
Yeah, it's a 2022 Mazda.
Where? Wait, what?
Where did it go? Yeah, 2022.
I don't think the RX-7 was made in 2022. I think they discontinued it in the late 2000s.
I don't know, man. He says he's got a Mazda 2022. I read what's on the sheet. I'm
calling cap.
You should, yeah. Maybe we get a tech inspection on that. The plates start falling off. It's something completely different. Who knows? But yeah, it's interesting to see drivers as they adapt basically to this, and it's been a very adaptable race. It has not been business as usual, that's for sure.
The field continues to spread out again.
Yeah,
it's all been Troy Ermish just carrying his weight and just moving on forward, and really nobody's anywhere, we'll say, between 5 car lengths. This is the closest battle, and it's the Spec Corvette being followed by the RX-8.
Yeah, just coming across the line right now, and I mean, that's a battle that's deep back, right, in the order. We're talking about like 13th, 14th, 15th. I think that's Carl Fung, David Lecren, and Tony Karasus who are in that little menage a trois right there, trying their best. What's interesting, though, is worth pointing out, both Michael Lewis and Tony Rivera are heating up here because they're going faster and faster. They both set their best lap times on the last lap. Whether or not that's enough for them to catch, don't know.
So one of the things that you do in your wet setup is you walk that brake bias nearly to the rear, and when you go out to this dry setup, you have to constantly move that brake bias forward. So usually you're going to come into the session, you're going to set it at probably something like 50-50, and then the longer you continue to run, you're going to start to walk that brake bias up to something maybe more standard, like a 60-40. So that could be what we're seeing here, these drivers starting to tune their cars mid-race to kind of meet the needs and conditions of the track.
Yeah, that's fair. I know you were talking about how you were trying to tune your brakes. I know you took a hardship lap, right, yesterday?
I did. My brake bias didn't work.
Yeah. So, it's a very understandable aspect of this. Taking a look, 10 minutes in now, so a third of the way to go. 5 laps down out of 16. I don't know, what do you think? We're going to hit laps first, or are we going to hit time first?
At the way that we're going, I think Troy Ermish is going to bring us to 16 laps instead of the 30 minutes.
I think that's probably That's probably pretty fair. Just in case you were wondering, there are a lot of races today. We're going to break for lunch after this. As soon as we come back from lunch, we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 races here today. So a lot of groups on the field. So a lot of racing to follow here at Buttonwillow today. Keep an eye on that. And, I think one of the most interesting things about this today so far, we're only about 10 minutes in, so I don't want to jinx anything, but it's been a relatively clean race. Yesterday's Group 1 race was a bit of a fiasco. There was a lot going on. They were very, looking for a good word for it, they were very boisterous yesterday in Group 1. So it's nice to see that they are a little bit cooler today.
You know what that is? It's the lack of rain. Rain
It
makes
probably
everybody's
is.
blood boil. And now that we're in dry, we get to go back to normal and be chill again. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but Troy Ermish is now starting to catch the tail end of the field. So they're going to start to work their way through the back end. And, that is a perfect opportunity if you're somebody like Tony Rivera, because you can now start to use that lap traffic as an advantage. You want to stay on the lead lap for as long as possible. As soon as Troy gets on by you, you can point everybody on by afterwards.
Yeah, that's very valid. I mean, we saw traffic play a role yesterday.
Yep.
We also saw at least one finish. I want to say it was in Group 3, where it was one driver who was really doing quite well, and then, a simple mistake. I think it was over in the cotton corner. One tire out of place was all it took, and right by on the outside. So, even when you are like Troy Ermish, you're racing your best, everything's kind of going your way, you're never far from racing yourself.
So one of the things you can do as a driver is you never race at 100%, because if you go 100%, it's very easy to go 101%, and that's when a mistake happens.
Yeah.
So when you're in the lead, you start to walk it down. Maybe you go 97%, 95%, so you have that small little margin of error. If you do make a mistake, if you do find a puddle in cotton corners, you do have that ability to drive yourself out of that corner.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's a very valid strategy to have, I think. I don't have it. I don't race, so I don't know the first thing about it. I have an iRacing steering wheel. I'm not very good at it. That's okay. One of these days.
We'll get you in a car sometime. And
Oh my god. I can't imagine. I don't have the reflexes for it. That's the thing.
Well, as my dad always says, if you're reacting, you've already made a mistake.
You're right, actually. That's very good. It's
messed up.
predictive. It's predictive.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
If you're
It's a
not
mental
predicting,
game.
you're done.
It's chess. It's just chess with going really, really, really fast. It does sound like Matt Kehoe, the number 11 car here, he is dropping out of the race. So we'll see if he comes back in. I hear reports, a little confused, but he might be done for the day. We'll confirm that when we can. One of the T3s, I think, might actually be, he was second place overall in the T3 group. Ross Murray, who currently sits in 5th overall, number 74 car, he's holding the lead in the T3 grouping right now. The lead in the GT3s, that is Troy Ermish still. Surprise, surprise. The lead in the STLs, that's number 10, Wesley Molno. So keeping a weather eye out on your groups right there. Carl Fung, the only T2 on the track, and then Tony Kierstutz is the leader for the T4s.
Saw a really nice pass from Tony Rivera on a few lap cars on the front straightaway, as well as going into turn number 1. And that's one of the hard things to do when you're sitting at second place. You have to negotiate traffic, and you have to do it quickly. Every single time you're stuck behind a slow car, that means the leader is getting further and further away. And especially the configuration that we're running right now, going into the A corner and into the cotton corners, if you don't get those passes, you're going to be stuck behind that slow car for a really long time, and you can lose a second or two like that.
Well, we are about halfway through the race here, so let me go ahead and give you a full field rundown, brought to you by the sponsor of this racing coverage, Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. Let's start at the top of the list. It is number 38, Troy Ermish in the lead. Number 9, Tony Rivera following. And the number 32, Michael Lewis holding up the third place. Coming after him, Christopher Qualls, Ross Murray, Joe Carr, Wesley Molno, Ryan Gutiel, Taz Harvey, Dallas Carroll, Matt Kehoe, Mike Henderson, Carl Fung, David Lecren, Tony Karatsus, Philip Clark, and last but certainly not least, number 68, Mark Smith. And that is your midpoint of the race full field rundown, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads.
Honestly, Tristan, I'm really surprised that we're seeing such a clean race right now.
Yeah, it's actually really impressive. Yesterday, again, it was a mess. We all. I mean, I know that a lot of these drivers were unhappy about how it went, and it was a very confusing. It was raining. There was the mud. Cars were going off. I mean, I don't think I haven't been to Buttonwillow that much. Admittedly, I'm relatively new here, but I don't think I've ever seen that many tow trucks deployed as I did yesterday, because there was at least 2 or 3 in every race. And this race ended abruptly with some sort of, there was a full course yellow, and then they brought him in, and it was a black flag. It was just it was all very hectic. So it's good to see them running very straightforward here today.
And again, that's what we're here to do at Buttonwillow, is to put on good races, make sure that spectators, corner workers, everybody here in timing and scoring, the fans watching, and the crew are all enjoying themselves as much as possible. And I want to back up about one thing too. I've been racing on Buttonwillow for maybe 5 years now. Yesterday was the worst I've ever seen the track, at least with mud.
Really? Interesting. Interesting.
We've had it similar when it's dusty and dirty and 1,000 degrees out, but never with mud and moisture.
Yeah. California has been getting a lot of rain.
True.
So like I was saying the other day, we have a water feature now. There's a pond in the middle of the Buttonwillow Raceway Park that definitely wasn't added. But yeah, it's a challenge for everybody, and our flaggers and stuff out here, they do a fantastic job. So they are doing a fantastic job today as well, keeping this relatively clean.
And remember, if you're a driver, at the end of your race, wave to every single one of those corner workers. Yeah. They are volunteers, and they like it when you wave to them, so make sure you wave back.
They're a good group. They're getting brought up. I don't know. Am I allowed to say that? I think I'm allowed to say that. They're getting brought up by IndyCar to help with their sprint practices.
Yep, they're testing.
Right. They were specifically requested this flagging cruise, so great job for them, and a good reflection of their ability out there.
That's going to be taking place at Thermal, which is out in the desert, so that's going to be
hot.
It's going to be hot and interesting. Now, what is going on here? That Boxster was in this group. They rolled to their grid, or their pit stop. Now they're on grid, and they've just been re-released. I also noticed that the pace car has queued themselves up. So, do we know anything from timing and scoring if there's an incident? I haven't
heard that yet. That might have been the number 11. I think that might have been the number 11 car of Matt Kehoe. So he came into the pits. I don't know why. It looks like he might have gone out there. Looks like number 16 Ryan Gutiel has also stopped out there due to some sort of mechanical issue. The tow truck is being deployed right now. So that might be Ryan Gutiel who's getting a tow. And unfortunately, that will mean that, not everybody gets to finish this race. Again, yesterday, we had 7 groups. Only 1 group finished with all cars. But Matt Kehoe has re-entered the race. That is that car that you saw going on right there, Brian. So the number 11 Silver heading back out.
So do you know where this tow truck is going? They currently just entered into Riverside, and they're going down towards Phil Hill into Star Mazda. I also noticed that there are some other safety vehicles as well with their lights on to support if needed.
Yeah, everybody getting out there, get him off the track or out on the edge of the track as quick as possible, and get the car out of there as well. Fastest lap of the day still remains the 3rd lap there of Troy Ermisch at 155.941. Nobody's quite managed to hit that yet. Christopher Qualls, by the way, has done really well for himself here in this race. He's climbed 4 positions from his start, which is great, and actually credit as well to Taz Harvey and Dallas Carroll, who have also really jumped up. A couple of guys down towards the bottom of the pack. Carl Fung, who did not have a very good race yesterday in the number 116 car, he's also put himself very high up, our only tier 2 in the field, so he's doing really well as well out there.
And that's that Z06 they were talking about earlier, one of the most unique cars in this field. One of, I think, only 2 V8s. I saw a Mustang out here, so that could either be a V8, the inline 6, or the EcoBoost. So you could kind of just, flip a coin and see which one it lands. You have to have a 3-sided coin, but
hell of a coin. Hell of a coin. Yeah, that's the Ford Mustang of, I believe, Ross Murray. Let me double check that. Yeah, it's the Ford Mustang of Ross Murray who's out there, 2010. I have no idea. what kind of Mustang it is. So yeah, flip the 3-sided coin, hope for the best. There goes Carl Fung by again, and a little bit of movement there as well. Tony Carastus and David Leclerc kind of back and forth a little bit right there, but it will be Tony Carastus, who is also doing very well, actually, all things considered. He's holding in as well.
Well, our favorite Mustang came on by, and that sounds like a V8 to me. So two V8s in this field.
Yeah, and does look like Ryan Gutiel is the unfortunately individual who is getting a tow. Matt Kehoe, some sort of technical issue. He's back at it, doing his best. Coming by right there is Joe Carr, who does have one of the open-top Mazdas. So there you go. Our 38 coming by again. That's Troy Ermish, who's dropping by once more on the start.
Only 6 cars right now on the lead lap. Joe Carr being the last of those drivers, and you can see how quick Tony Ernish has been this entire race. Yep. I mean, they're just flying through this field, and Joe Carr, who's putting up some really solid lap times, is in danger of going a lap down.
Yeah, Joe Carr has his best time is a 2:05, which is nothing to scoff at. Now we're getting into the territory, though, where we go back to the discussion. This going to end in 16 or this going to end in time? We're at 22 minutes right now. There are 5 laps to go. I think it's going to end in time because just looking at the lap times that Troy Ermish has been putting up, 5 laps, he's not going to make it under the cut.
No, he started to fall off that 55 or 155.9.
He started to fall off to 157.
Oh, only 157, guys. Still way faster than most of the cars. Best lap time. I mean, the time that's anywhere close is Tony Rivera, the driver in second place. And that was their best lap time, and this is Tony Ernish's last published lap time.
Tony Rivera is 34 seconds back, so he's not catching up. Barring, accident or act of God, I don't think he's catching him.
Which, as we mentioned before in yesterday's race, there were a few acts of God that took place. So
Tony Rivera might have had a little bit of an off and on right there as well. So that's not going to help the case right there. As number 74 comes sailing around. And, it's so funny. We don't talk about the traffic very much in the sense that we talk about the traffic as a thing that drivers have to deal with, but we don't talk about how they deal with it, right? I think that's something that we don't talk about a lot. And you made a couple of good points about, Tony Rivera and how well he was navigating his way around those cars. And it is kind of like treated as an afterthought, but it's a genuine driving challenge, I think, for drivers, right?
100%, and it really comes down to planning and strategizing when and where you're passing, and sometimes that means giving up on another corner to set yourself up for a different corner, and especially in a field like this with so many different engine types. You're running an RX-7. So you're running a rotary engine, but if you're going to try to pass that Z06, especially on the front straightaway or the back straightaway, that car is going to gap you. So you have to be very smart on where you pass. So maybe out of the exit of Star Mazda, coming out of the exit of the A corner. So you have to really plan that out and put yourself in the right position.
Troy Ermish dropping off. I'm not sure what happened. I haven't heard anything over race control, so I'll keep a weather eye out because I've been chatting with you. I haven't actually heard what happened.
We said an act of God could happen.
He's out. Wow. We'll find out. We'll find out what happened to Troy Ermish, who we've been talking about. He's been doing so well, and now he's being indicated as he's not in the race anymore. So something has happened somewhere. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark. He's not come in because he still has a race to race.
Could be a potential issue with timing and scoring, but we're going to be looking. I currently don't see any safety trucks rolling. Pace car isn't queued up to go on track if needed.
Interesting. We'll keep an eye out. We'll see what happens.
Wow, things just got really interesting, Tristan. I mean, this is the thing, 30-minute race, you have a lot of time. We talked about the difference between the 25-minute race and the 30-minute race, and you can definitely see the difference for 25 minutes in.
Yeah, that's Ross Murray, who just came by right there. No sign of Troy Ermish. He's fallen off the face of the planet. Now we see the rest of kind of a lot of these cars coming through. Still no sign of Troy Ermish. I genuinely do not know what has happened to him. Nothing untowards, by the way, I should add. When I say I don't know what happened towards him, he's not like he's, disappeared into a pit. I just didn't miss the call.
He didn't fly the Bermuda Triangle or anything?
I hope not. I hope not. We had a couple of people who went for a bit of a paddle yesterday.
They went through Narnia. Yeah. They found the wardrobe.
In some of the lakes that we had out there that we're forming, our new water features. But they not the case here. Nothing dramatic has happened. If I had to guess, it's probably some sort of mechanical issue. Again, one of the issues we do have here is visibility is limited, so we can't see kind of the Star Mazda turn. We can't really see down towards the A section because there are trees there. We can't take the trees down because trees are good for nature. So
place is called
Buttonwillow, yeah.
Even those aren't willow trees.
It would be somewhat ironic if we cut down the trees just so we could get more visibility from the control tower. So it is the way it went. Some bright spark probably thought those trees looked great when they planted them like 50 years ago, and now they're friggin' massive. So, but yeah, we'll try and get a word on Troy Ermish. Whatever it is, he's dropped, and you probably actually have lost him on the tracker we have on the side of your screen.
So the Tro truck is right now on pit lane, about to go back on track, and I have not seen that bright red 350Z in a few laps now, so I think they are currently stranded somewhere, and that car is unable to make it around the track.
So that is a deliverance moment for the aforementioned Tony Rivera. Here comes the tow truck heading down pit lane right now. So whether they're going to pick him up or they're just going to stage, I don't know. But that's a boon for Tony Rivera, who now sits in first place overall and first place for the GT3 class. Michael Lewis, 6X behind him. Don't think he's going to be able to really catch up with him. Christopher Qualls continues to put in a really impressive performance.
+5 positions right now. Well done to them. They started 8th, and now they're finding themselves on the top step of the overall podium.
Yeah, this has been a spectacular race for Christopher Qualls, if we're being honest.
I'm still just baffled over the incident that is currently still developing with poor Troy Ermish right now. But hey, I mean, if you're Tony Rivera, you're celebrating, you're thanking whoever put that water there or whatever happened, thank you.
Whatever it is, the bit of the car that just stopped working. White flag is out here. We saw Tony Rivera go by, so I think that's probably going to be our last lap. By the way, it sounds like Joe Carr is also broken down out there, so he's in a bit of a pickle. But really, at the end of the day, it's going to be Tony Rivera who should walk this one in. Now, it's unfortunate for Michael Lewis because he has actually been closing the gap up here, Brian, but just not fast enough. He doesn't have enough time. He needs another 30 minutes, and he'd get around him.
Yeah, that 4-second gap, you're just never going to earn here in the last lap. No, not at all. I mean, especially when your best lap times are so similar to each other. You guys are basically turning the exact same lap time, more or less. So I think we see the running order as is when they cross start finish line. Yeah,
100%. And, I'll give a lot of credit here as well to Christopher Qualls, who has probably one of the best races. Dallas Carroll also did spectacular, came up 7 positions there in the T3s. Ross Murray angling to be the overall leader. The checkered flag is coming out right here in the hands of Tracy Kane, so we should be seeing an end to this race sooner rather than later, as it is made official that Joe Carr has also dropped here.
Well, moments away from Tony Rivera taking that checkered flag, and again, they are running in second for the longest time, but you know what? They're here taking it for first.
He ran the clean race.
He ran the clean race. Flawless, didn't drop a tire, and sometimes when you have maybe not like the rain from yesterday, but still the mixed conditions where things are a bit wet, it's all about endurance and mitigating mistakes, and so far, Tony Rivera has epitomized that.
Doesn't necessarily require perfection. It just requires consistency. Here's the checkered flag out, and Tony Rivera in the number 9 car, whether by act of God or providence or whatever you have, just good solid driving, comes across in third place. Michael Lewis will follow him up in second, and then Christopher Qualls coming in right there in the third. I don't know if you want to do it, Brian. You want to do the full
I'll
end
let
of
you,
field
my
rundown?
friend.
Okay,
I'm the guest here.
I'll do the full end of field rundown here. Brought to you by the Racing Network. Starting with your first place here, it is number 9, Tony Rivera. In second place, number 32, Michael Lewis. In third place, number 62, Christopher Qualls. In fourth place, number 74, Ross Murray. In fifth place, number 10, Wesley Molno. In sixth, number 88, Taz Harvey. In seventh, number 55, Dallas Carroll. In eighth, number 21, Mike Henderson. Never mind, that actually swapped right there at the last second as they came across the line. Number 7 is number 21, Mike Henderson, and number 8 is number 55, Mike Carroll. Number 9 is number 116, Carl Fung. In 10th, number 36, Tony Kiritsus. Then we have Philip Clark, David Lecren, Matt Kehoe, and then your 3 cars that did not complete the entire race, Joe Carr, Troy Ermish, and Ryan Gutiel. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Group number 1 done and dusted here at the U.S. Major Tour, the Andy Porterfield Memorial. I have been Tristan Parker. Thank you so much, Brian, for joining us. It's been a pleasure to have you in the casting booth. Not having to do it by myself, frankly. Just me talking to myself in a room for hours. It's been a pleasure.
It's been a lot of fun, Tristan. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course.
Maybe more to come in the future.
Yeah, hopefully so. And good luck with your race.
Thank
Group
you.
4, Spec Racer 4s. I hope to be saying your name in a good way right there. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're paying attention to the stream, thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to subscribe here to the Racing Network channel. Brian Bielansky babies this. This is his project. He does a lot of spectacular racing content. There's a lot to listen to. Check out his podcast as well, the official Inside the SCCA podcast. But for now, we're going to be taking an hour-long lunch break. The stream will remain live, but we'll just be on hiatus, and then we'll be back for our Group 2 race after that. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in about an hour. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Cal Club Racing here. And brought to you by the SCCA here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park in wonderful Central California. You're listening to, and sort of watching out of one webcam at least, the U.S. Major Tour with the Andy Porterfield Memorial Race here taking place over Saturday and Sunday. I am your host, Tristan Parker, filling in for Brian Bielansky, who unfortunately is not able to be here this weekend. So it's just me. Right now, we had a wonderful guest appearance by driver Brian Schubert earlier on in the broadcast. He is unfortunately prepping for his race, so he will not be back. So it will just be me from here on out. 7 races on the day. Our first one already down before our long lunch break, and now we are back. The group on deck right now, group number 2, the big bore open wheel cars. Not a very big group, but an interesting group. It's 7 vehicles. Let me go ahead and give you the full field rundown brought to you by the Racing Wire podcast and the Racing Network. Starting in 7th place, number 35, Johnny Crean from Kamuela, Hawaii. In 6th place, number 6, conveniently, Tom Van Wee from Fallbrook, California. In 5th, number 45, Thomas W. Burt from Woodway, Washington. In 4th, number 8, John Manfroy from San Jose, California. In 3rd, number 22, John Yeatman from Cave Creek, Arizona. In 2nd, number 37, Corey Condit from Scottsdale, Arizona. And then starting in 1st place, number 99, Caleb Schrader from Tigard, Oregon. A very mixed group here. A couple of out-of-staters, Hawaii, Arizona, Washington, and Oregon, all getting represented here. So a great Pacific set of racers here for us today. Now, whether or not this race is going to be incredibly competitive, it's a little bit hard for me to say. There are a good number of FE2s out there, 4 of them, in fact. That'll be Caleb Schrader, Corey Condit, John Yeatman, and Thomas Burt. John Manfroy and Johnny Crean are holding up the other leg of the table there with P1s, and then Tom Van Wee is running alone in the FA category. They had a bit of an interesting qualifying this morning. Things were looking a little bit more damp on the track than they are now. If you haven't been listening to our broadcast, it's been a very, very wet weekend here at Buttonwillow, California, experiencing a number of major storm systems. We caught the tail end of that yesterday. Here comes the green flag out right now, and we are racing in a wide formation there at the start. A little bit of jostling at the back. It looked like maybe a kick up by Johnny Crean to get around Tom Van Wee early on. They'll head straight down into Sunrise, and they are off and going, and you should have just caught them right there on the corner of the camera. Now, I do apologize. Normally, we would have a more full camera setup with multiple angles, but Brian Bielansky not here, and his equipment is not here either. So we must do what we can, and we will make do. You're looking at a view there that shows you just coming across the start line, heading down into the Sunrise turn, and then over on towards maybe the bit of the Grapevine there as well. You'll also get the grid for cars that are lining up for the next race. For your benefit, so you know what we're talking about here in terms of locations, I'm going to go ahead and pull up our handy-dandy track map. We are looking at a excuse me, 25A clockwise configuration. Do note the A section in use right there. The off-ramp will be closed for this particular race. Now, we've seen a lot of slippery and slidey races there, but no one particular area of the track, I think, has been giving people problems. It's been pretty equally distributed, though I know yesterday there was water pooling around Riverside. There was some heading down kind of off of Phil Hill and over in the Cotton Corners. Those were the most problematic areas, I guess, if you're going to name them, particularly Cotton Corners, which had a real mess of water and mud and what have you. All this rain has contributed to a very muddy atmosphere. That's having an impact both on the track, where mud is being almost constantly swept off between races, during races sometimes as well if it's needed, and been causing a lot of problems with cars getting stuck, frankly. If you're going off the track here today, it's not like a standard day at Buttonwillow. You don't just kick up a big plume of dust. You go straight into the muck and somebody has to come pull you out, or even worse, you go into some water. So that's quite unfortunate indeed. There you see some of the cars coming back there on your screen. First lap down and done here. Now, these are big bore, fast cars, right? These FE2s are no joke. The P1s are no joke either, and that's why John Manfroy takes the lead right there with a blistering 153.155. So these will probably be some of the fastest cars we're going to see out on the track here today. Now, in our last race, we actually had some very impressive times coming out. Specifically, it was Troy Ermish in the GT3 category who was putting up record pace. I mean, not quite breaking the overall record on the track as I understand it, but going very, very fast. Unfortunately for him, he suffered a mechanical fault right towards the end of the race, and he was not able to complete with positioning that he so rightly deserved right there. So I expect to see these cars also pushing themselves to the limit just a little bit here as well, and certainly John Manfroy in the P1 class is giving us a little taste of that right here. Now, these races today, they are either going to go to a 30-minute timer or they are going to go to 16 laps. Now, last race, group number 1, we came close to that 16 lap limiter, right? We were probably about 4 laps near it. We did not complete it. Instead, we hit the 30-minute timer. Looking at these cars who are out here today, this might be a group that could potentially put out 16 laps. This is potentially 16 laps, but I wouldn't say anything's guaranteed. They come rip-roaring across the line again. John Manfroy's P1 there giving us a little bit of a snort, just to let us know that he's in the race. He's running a 2004 prototype car out there. He's followed up by Caleb Schrader, who actually just set the fastest lap time for the race so far. Only by a hair, though. 149.651 there for him. Corey Condit holding up in the third. That Formula Enterprise pack, those FE2s, moving to the middle here and basically running their own race, seeing if they'll actually be able to catch up with John Manfroy, who took that early lead. Actually jumped 3 places to do that. So that's something to keep in mind right there for him. And he is genuinely putting on a speed. Like, it's hard for me to describe adequately exactly what you're seeing, but he is moving fast. I just saw him come down the dog leg. He's really putting the heat on there and running, I think, relatively faster than he did yesterday as well. So that's something that I didn't necessarily expect to see out here. You know, the prototype class is very interesting, right? It features a variety of kind of different chassis, some, you know, innovative stuff, right? Kind of like you know, Spec Racer Fords. They're purpose-built race cars. There's no messing around here with these guys. So it's always interesting to see kind of what comes out and what drivers can do with it. And there John Manfroy comes screaming by again. 148.126. What a time. And the rest of the group, though, heating up awfully fast because Caleb Schrader and Corey Condit putting in 1.148 second times themselves. So, definitely warming up out there on the track, and that's something that is going to be a continuous factor as these races go on and on. The more cars that are out there, the more warmed up the track is going to get. This morning it was still kind of damp. Our early quals, I think I said this a little bit earlier, but our early quals were sort of plagued by a decision of whether or not to go for rain tires or not in those early morning races, and some drivers kind of gambled that it would be good, and some drivers kind of gambled that it would be bad, and there wasn't necessarily a consensus on who had that right. It was only real consensus was that the longer that the racing went on, the nicer it kind of got out there, basically, on the track. So there you have it. Now, I don't have an exact number for you, but it was raining through almost all of our races yesterday. A significant amount of rainfall. A lot of drivers struggling with that conceptually. The water has tapered off pretty significantly here. The pond that opened up in the middle of the Buttonwillow Raceway has shrunk just a little bit so far over the day here as well, so that's good. It was, according to at least one of our drivers who's been coming here for some time, probably the worst track conditions that they've ever seen at Buttonwillow, and today things are much better, and you can tell that it's having a good impact on the race because our group number 1 was much cleaner, group number 2 looking very clean here, as well as once by around the front goes John Manfroy, again just getting faster and faster with every single lap, a 146.704 from John Manfroy right there, and then about 3 seconds behind him was Caleb Schrader, who put up his fastest lap, 147.089. Unfortunately, a potential early end to the day here for Johnny Crean, our other P1 car. The number 35 pitting right now, going behind the wall. So I don't know if it was a technical fault or some sort of issue, but Johnny Crean is out of the race, so our other prototype is down. The only prototype then that remains out there is John Manfroy, who keeps going. And you can tell, by the way, I was talking about kind of things heating up. The tires are heating up and the drivers are heating up because each consecutive lap, they're all putting up genuinely faster lap times than they did previously. So really getting into the groove of it out there, as it were. Just take a good opportunity to remind you here, if you're enjoying these broadcasts or tuning in and you're joining us, don't forget that you can help participate either in Cal Club or SCCA as a whole. If you want to come be part of the racing crew out here, you want to help with our many positions. We need corner workers, we need tech folks, we got sound people, we got everything. We got race control, timing, all sorts of things that if you're interested, you could be a part of it. You can find all that information about that at www.calclub.com. That's for the California-specific region. If you don't live in California, but you're interested in being part of the Sports Car Club of America, you can find all the information about the SCCA at www.scca.com. And that is a wonderful opportunity and well worth taking. I myself, a relatively new volunteer here in the SCCA scene and the Cal Club scene, and I am loving every minute of it. It is great to come out here, a very dedicated group of individuals who just love the sport, love car racing, and it's a pleasure to watch them work. While we're on the subject of kind of pitching things, by the way, don't forget to subscribe here to the Racing Network channel if that's something that you're interested in. Brian Bielansky, who's not here today, but he this is his project, and he does amazing amount of work, puts out very good content covering the SCCA, covering races here at Buttonwillow, and a number of other interesting competitions as well. That's all through the Racing Network. He also has a wonderful Inside the SCCA podcast that he does where he gets fascinating guests, some of the most interesting guests in the SCCA out for interviews. For example, I think about a month back, he had Tim Wise out here discussing data acquisition, the modern, way of data acquisition in racing. Really interesting discussion, really helps give some insight into how top-level teams are sort of making the decisions that they do. It's the kind of content that will really broaden your perspective. So something to keep in mind right there as well. Now looking back out onto the field, let's get an idea of where everything stands. Finally, John Manfroy has slowed down just a little bit. Slowed down just a little bit. Hitting about 147.052 on that particular run. If you're wondering why I got distracted there for a moment, there was a dog looking in through the window at me, so that doesn't happen every day. Everyone's a critic. As they say. Caleb Schrader there hitting a 146.857. So fast laps coming out of the other members of the FE2 category, and then Tom Van Wee in the FA, who's, doing a remarkably solid job right here. Pretty consistent in terms of his speed. I do apologize, too, if we are getting some slowdowns here in the stream. We're trying our best with the equipment that we have on hand. Can't bring my own internet connection to the race, unfortunately, so we got to use what we got to use, as it would be. But we do the best. We do the best that we can with what we've got. Coming up after this race, you will see Group 3, which is a big bore closed wheel race. 11 competitors in that one, some heavy hitting cars there, a lot of GT2s and ITEs. After that, Group number 4 will be your Spec Racer Ford category, one of our most popular categories here at Buttonwillow, and definitely one of our most competitive categories. That race is going to take place at 1:30, so that's worth tuning into. After that, you'll have the small bore open wheel cars, a little bit of Formula V fun for you. Not a big field, so it's not going to be a particularly intensive race, but they are always a joy to watch and listen to. Then you'll get the small bore slicks closed wheels after that in Group number 6, and then finally rounding out the day with one of our best categories, the Spec Miatas, where you see our driver of the year, Evan Jacobs, try and battle his way out of position number 8. He had a rough qualifier there the night after winning the Driver of the Year award for 2022. Rough qualifier in the morning. I wonder if those two things are connected. But that's race number 7. That's going to start at 3:40 p.m. Eastern, and that'll be worth tuning into just to see how those Spec Miatas handle. But for now, back to the race at hand. Group number 2 here, the big bore open wheel cars. Not a lot of activity to report. John Manfroy back on his form, setting a best lap of the race and his best lap of the day, 145.659 there for John Manfroy. And then looking down the list, Caleb Schrader setting another very fast lap time. He's followed up by Corey Condit. There's about a 3.5 second gap between Schrader and Manfroy, and then about another 3.5 second gap a 7 second gap between Condit and Schrader. So pretty wide open. In fact, everybody's pretty far apart, just sort of running their own race. John Yeatman hitting a 6.6 gap to Corey Condit. Thomas W. Bird at 5 seconds between. So there you go. Gives you a bit of an idea of what to look for. And it is official. Johnny Crean not able to finish the race, so his car is off the field here for the day. Unfortunate, but the nature of the beast, such as it were. Hardly the first car this weekend that's had to bow out, and I unfortunately imagine he will not be the last. There's a little snort right there as well from John Manfroy's prototype as it comes back around here. You love to hear it. It's good. It's a good throaty car. You know that it's working fine, and that's what you like to see. Should be coming up on the halfway point of our race too. So that gives me an opportunity to do a midfield or a mid-race full field rundown here, brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. What are Porterfield Brakes, you ask? Well, let me tell you. Founded in 1986, Porterfield Enterprises has earned a reputation for manufacturing quality competition brake pads and brake products to the performance racing industry. A close working relationship with leading professional motorsports teams has led to the development of one of the finest racing brake pads ever produced. This uniquely engineered composite brake pad uses the latest ceramic composite technology design, combining high-performance materials to make a better stopping and more rotor-friendly brake pad. So thank you very much. This midfield rundown brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. Let's start at the top of the order. It is none other than John Manfroy, the number 8 car, moving up 3 positions there to take that first place spot. In second place, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In third place, number 37, Corey Condit. In fourth, number 22, John Yeatman. In fifth, number 45, Thomas W. Burt. And then in sixth, number 6, Tom Van Wee, just running his own race out there. And that is your midfield grid recap, brought to you by Porterfield Racing. Porterfield Racing Brakes, I guess. I should say. Not just Porterfield Racing. Cold out there today on the track, by the way, just in case you're wondering. And one of these days I'm going to make sure we get an actual weather sort of, what is the technical term for them, widget, I believe. We'll get a weather widget out there for you in the broadcast, so you can see what the weather's like in real time. Currently sitting about 57 degrees, which for those of you who aren't from California probably doesn't sound that cold, but is pretty cold for the drivers and for a lot of the workers out there right now. Precipitation chances are growing, but it's not likely to occur until, I think, early evening. So by the time that the race is over, fortunately, we will be able to avoid the rain. And you can tell that the lack of rain is having a significant impact on this race because it has been incredibly clean. Only one group yesterday managed to complete a race with all the cars that started it. Most of the cars that were lost, they went into the mud and they had to be towed off. Tow trucks being deployed left, right, and center. And our emergency services crews are getting a little bit of a break here today at Cal Club on this Sunday. It's overcast and it's not necessarily beautiful out there, but at least it's better than it was. Sorry for the dead air there, ladies and gentlemen. Just keeping an eye on things as they were going around the racetrack. Would love to tell you that something climactic has happened out there, but it really hasn't. John Manfroy maintaining his speed, putting in good lap times. On his 11th lap right now. We are coming down to the wire here, or the line here, I should say, whether it's going to be a matter of finishing the laps or finishing the time. 19 seconds into the race with a 30-minute finish. We have 6 laps to go in the race. Given the 145, it's possible. I'm not a math person, so I can't tell you exactly, but I think it's within the realm of normality. But anyway, we'll be right back in just a second. The race going to continue at pace. And we are back, taking a look here at the times. Corey Condit putting up his fastest lap of the day here. That number 11 or the number 37 car coming in at 147.356. Number 22, number 45, John Yeatman and Thomas W. Burt all putting in their best laps of the day here on lap number 11. We are under 20 minutes or 10 minutes. Whew. It's going to be close, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be close whether they're going to hit 30. I think actually it's entirely possible that John Manfoy can do this. You know what? I'm pulling up a calculator right now. Yeah, if John Manfoy maintains this speed, which he's hitting about 146, let's say, 147 maybe. If he maintains this speed, he will finish in about just under 8 minutes, which would put him just under the line here for the overall timing. So, something to keep an eye on right there. Here comes your race leader by the line again. You'll get a look at him as he goes by on the camera. A good 146 right there. 4 laps to go in the race as Caleb Schrader follows him across. 145 lap time for Caleb Schrader. 145.689 to be specific. So Schrader doing a good lap right there himself, but the gap between him and John Manfroy, 6 seconds. Don't think he's going to be able to catch up with that. Tom Burt, sounds like Thomas W. Burt, in number 45 car, who's been doing all right for himself, has hit a little bit of an unexpected snag right there. He appears to have landed himself in a little water feature that's developed out there on the track, so that might be the end of the race for him today. It looks like he'll need a tow. He is past the halfway mark, though, so it will count as a completed race, but obviously his placement will not really be something that he can take home and brag about. Well, coming down to the wire here, ladies and gentlemen, I say that in the sense that the race is coming to an end, not necessarily because there's something very close going on. John Manfroy just came sailing by here, happy as can be, hitting about 150. Caleb Schrader, actually, I said there wasn't a lot going on right there. There is now a lot going on right there. Caleb Schrader has cut his gap between him and John Manfroy to 3.1 seconds, so almost 3 seconds made up in a single lap. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is something that we're going to want to keep an eye on here as this race continues. There's still 3 laps to go. Now I do think that this is going to end on laps, not time, but the pressure starting to build here on John Manfroy, who has so far had kind of a free and clear race. Now he actually has to check his rear view mirror, because as they come down the dog leg, Caleb Schrader is closing distance there on John Manfroy. Now, if we were on the last lap of the race, I'd be looking at this and I'd be saying, well, not necessarily something that Caleb Schrader is going to be able to do, but ooh, I don't know. Looking at it as it stands, I think this is well within his capabilities in the next either, let's say, 5-ish minutes or 3 laps to get in around John Manfroy. And is that not so often the way with racing? Every once in a while, it gets a little ho-hum. You think that it's going to be everybody just doing their own thing, having a leisurely Sunday afternoon or Sunday midday drive, and then all of a sudden, things start to heat up, and a thunderbolt from clear skies right there could very much be in the cards for John Manfroy, who, you know, was losing time. That's, I think, one of the biggest things. And he runs the danger of potentially heading into traffic right now, because Tom Van Wee is just ahead of him. And here they comes across the line, and oh, something happened down in the section where I can't see, because Caleb Schrader was gunning coming down the dogleg into Riverside, but when we lost him heading towards Phil Hill in the Star Mazda turn, that gap now 3 seconds again. 2 laps to go here in this race. Still going to keep a weather eye on this, because I think that there is a very good likelihood that we'll be having a bit of a fight here at the start. Oh, I don't know if it's going to be there. Caleb Schrader got hung up coming around Tom Van Wee heading down through Grapevine. I don't know if he's going to be able to make up the difference of time that he just lost right there. I saw it happen in the dog leg. It was not a very cleanly executed pass, where there was an issue with Tom Van Wee or whether it was an issue with Caleb Schrader. I could not tell you, but it took him a while to get around him. And in that meantime, John Manfroy just put lead in his foot right there and just powered along out. So that might be the end of a potential competition. I won't lose sight of it here for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just saying it's not looking particularly good. There was a brief sunshine moment of hope there for Caleb Schrader, and it does appear that the clouds may have closed once again. Well, here comes that 08 white car across the line. It is once more John Manfroy, and the gap between him and Caleb Schrader has widened out to 5.094 seconds. So I do not think Caleb Schrader is going to be catching up. We talked about Caleb Schrader's kind of run-in with Tom Van Wee, metaphorical, not literal, and that was exacerbated by the fact that John Manfroy put up his fastest lap right there on lap number 15, 1:45.303, probably going to be our fastest time of the day. It almost seems like John Manfroy saw what happened to Caleb Schrader there, perhaps in the rearview mirror, perhaps somebody told him, I don't know, and he just hit as fast as he could go. Now the white flag is out. This is the last lap. John Manfroy heading down the dog leg. Caleb Schrader giving it all he's got right there on the backside as they come down into the riverbed turn, but there's going to be no catching up. It's just not going to happen here, ladies and gentlemen, and now we just have to wait to see if John Manfroy can run a clean enough race down through Phil Hill into the Star Mazda and up to the Sunset turn to avoid any unfortunate incidents that might jeopardize his hard-earned lead. That's going to be the only thing, I think, that's going to stop him. Our starter here pulling out the checkered flag, unsheathing the beast right there on the start/finish line to let him know that he's won. And it's just a matter of patience and calm and collectiveness here for our lead driver. There goes the checkered flag. It's getting waved. It's getting pre-waved, and it's getting actually waved, and there it is. John Manfroy comes tearing down the straight, and he has run a beautiful race in his P1 car right there. His fastest lap time, lap number 15, 1:45.303. Caleb Schrader sliding in behind him, and that, I think, ladies and gentlemen, means it's time for our full field end of race rundown, brought to you by the Racing Network. Starting at the top, your race winner, having climbed 3 places from his starting position, number 8, John Manfroy. In second place, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In first place, number 37, Corey Condit. In fourth place, number 22, John Geetman. In fifth place, number 6, Tom Van Wee. And then Thomas Burt and Johnny Crean. Johnny Crean were unable to finish, and that will do it there for your end of race rundown, brought to you by the Racing Network and the Racing Wire podcast. I have been Tristan Parker. You have been listening to the Group 2 race here at today's U.S. Major Tour, the Andy Porterfield Memorial, brought to you by Cal Club and the SCCA out at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Don't go anywhere. In just a few minutes, Group number 3, our big bore closed wheel cars, they'll be coming up on deck. That promises to be a very interesting race. 11 cars set up right there, actually 12 cars total. So it's going to be one heck of a go round. Some big engines and some great drivers. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to another broadcast of the Cal Club U.S. Major Tour, the Indy Porterfield Memorial, brought to you by Cal Club and the SCCA in sponsorship with Porterfield Brakes. I am Tristan Parker here. I will be filling in for Brian Bielansky, your usual announcer, who is not here today, unfortunately. He is doing the Hoosier Super Tour, which is very exciting indeed. And you might actually be seeing him, or you should be seeing him. Or not might, you will be seeing him coming around next time. But for now, I'll have to do our current race up on the deck. Group 3, the big bore closed wheel cars. Let's give you a rundown of our grid here at the start, brought to you by the Racing Network. Starting at the back, number 21, Mike Henderson from Alpine, California. In 11th, number 88, Robert Kelly from Huntington Beach, California. In 10th, number 68, Mark Smith from Montessorino, California. Alongside him, number 8, Don Van Nortwick from Las Vegas, Nevada. In 8th, number 55, Dallas Carroll from Los Angeles, California. Next to him, number 73, Chris Qualls from West Los Angeles, California. In 6th, number 11, Matt Kehoe from San Francisco, California. In 5th, number 32, Michael Lewis from Poway, California. In 4th, number 22, Ole Thordarson from Trabuco Canyon, California. In 3rd, number 74, Ian Barbary from Pleasanton, California. In 2nd, number 79, Tony DiColicio from Campbell, California. And then sitting in pole position with a 159.331 from San Jose, California, and a 2005 BMW M3, it is Tristan Littlehale, number 8. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There is your starting grid. Now, yesterday in this group, with all the inclement weather that was happening, with all the mud on the track, it did not end the way Tristan Littlehale wanted it to. He ran a very solid race until the very last lap, at which point in time he hit a puddle up by Cotton Corners. That big spurt of water also meant an end to his hopes, but he's got him restarted here today as he crosses the line with the green flag, and he comes barreling down, already getting that inside track right there on Tony DiColicio. Now that is the fight to watch between the two of them. That's what we were watching yesterday. It was Colicio who passed Tristan Littlehale when he made his mistake, and that was what resulted in Colicio coming in first in that race. It was a wild finish, probably one of our wildest finishes of what was a otherwise very wild day. But let me go ahead and just bring up a track map for you here. We are running the 25A clockwise configuration. I wouldn't be doing you a disservice if I did not point out that the off-ramp is not being used, which is not what this map shows. In fact, A section is being extended out right there. That Cotton Corners turn, by the way, where they should be coming up to just about now. Actually, they're coming down the backside, and it looks like Tony DiColicio has already got the leg on Tristan Littlehale right here as they come down through the dog leg, then up into the Riverside turn, a wide banking right-handed turn today for your drivers. They'll head down towards Phil Hill, then down along towards the Star Mazda turn and back up. Now, we've seen a lot of incidents happen kind of out of sight here of the race control tower. There are certain things we simply cannot see, and the area around Phil Hill down through Star Mazda and almost all the way back up to the Sunset turn, that is a mystery to me up here in the booth. So if things happen there, I have nothing to kind of go by except for the occasional radio call and my own guesstimations. So that is what the situation is here. Your camera today providing you a view of the grid, and then over on the right hand side, part of pit lane and the straightaway, and you'll see some cars coming down it very soon. In fact, your leader here, I thought it was Tony DiColicio, and it is. He puts up a 152.793, chasing his tail about 0.7 a second behind is Tristan Littlehale, but he's got his work cut out for him today. He will not be necessarily making a mistake in the last minute and losing on that. He's got an actual race on his hand, and not far behind him, the number 74 car of Ian Barbary who's also very much in this race. Now, I should point out, it's a relatively diverse group over here. The majority class in this race of big bore closed wheeled cars are the GT2s. They are the up and coming group here in this. Those are mostly, you know, the Porsche 911s, or what have you. In that class, well, I think there's a Porsche 911 GT2, but you know what I mean. It's always fun to watch these cars go because they have such a oomph to them. They really do put on the speed, and that is something that never fails to entertain out here at Buttonwillow. So keep that in mind as they're going out here. You're watching some of the fastest cars of the day, probably not as fast as our prototypes, but quite fast. In this group as well, we have the GT2s, the T1s, the ITEs, the ASs, and the GT2, or I already said the GT2s, good lord. We have the GT2s, the ITEs, the ASs, and the T1s. One AS racer out there, that's Chris Qualls. We saw a little bit of him earlier. As across the line now comes Tristan Littlehale, who's managed to retake that first place spot with a 150.492 time. Tony DiColicio had a little bit of a problem, and it looks like Ian Barbary here has come up around Tony DiColicio. And why has Ian Barbary come around Tony DiColicio? It sounds as though Tony DiColicio's number 79 car has had some sort of mechanical issue, and sure enough, I can see him, and you can see him actually on your camera going by right there. He's come off the track for some reason. He's pulled up. I think he might be done with the race for the day. I'm not sure what happened to him. It's very rare to see a car come off the back door over there by the starting grid. And it looks like somebody from his team is going over to give him maybe talk to him, give him a chat, see if there's something that they could fix. And we'll just keep a weather eye on whatever that developing situation is. I have a feeling that Tony DiColicio's race is run, so he's got his victory from yesterday to hang his hat on. His crew member has now gone over to his driver's side window, and they're having another conversation again. Meanwhile, out on the track, the number 32 car, or maybe the number 22 car, I should say, of Ole Thordarson is having problems of its own. His exhaust pipe is apparently scraping along the ground as he goes, or very near to it. So more issues developing there. That said, Tristan Littlehale in a position to really capitalize now that his major rival, Tony DiColicio, is out of this race. Ian Barbary obviously happy to take that second place slot and initiate his own duel for first. Tony DiColicio out of the car, and that, I think, is going to be the end of the race here for Tony. Unfortunate end there for a very talented racer who was having a very good weekend despite the inclement weather conditions. Looks like something may be wrong with the backside of his car. He's down on his knees with his crew inspecting it. They've got an SCCA assistant out there as well taking a look, and that's probably going to be the end of it. You can see them actually, just a little bit of detail right there, that red car on your camera to the left side of the support pylon that I cannot get rid of, over by the hut there that is for our grid workers. That's Tony DiColicio's number 79 car right there. Anyway, back to the race at hand. Tristan Littlehale maintaining his position in the lead. Ian Barbary up to 1.719 on the chase right there, trying to catch up with the race leader. And they've formed their own little pack. No other cars particularly close to them. Worth pointing out here that Dallas Carroll has managed to get the better of Christopher Qualls, and Christopher Qualls in that AS car is now getting chased by Robert Kelly when they come across the line. Robert Kelly 0.722 of a second behind Christopher Qualls in a battle for the 10th place slot. There's the official confirmation now coming across the radio from the grid workers. Number 79, Tony DiColisio, is finished for the day due to a mechanical error, so there will be no second victorious race here for the number 79 car. That leaves Tristan Littlehale in a position where it's his race to lose. Ian Barbary looking for a bit of an upset here. Ole Thordarson would love to get involved in that, I think, mess as well, but he's 9 seconds back behind Ian Barbary. He's having some issues with his rear side of his car, so I just don't know if he's going to be in a position to do it. That's going to be the big question that we have to ask ourselves here as the race develops. I assume, if I'm going in the mind of Tristan Littlehale, he's probably thinking to himself that the last thing he wants to do is have another repeat of what happened yesterday. So he's going to be dotting his I's, crossing his T's, minding his P's and Q's, doing everything he can to avoid making any sort of small errors that might result in him losing that first place slot. Now, he's got a bit of an advantage today. The weather is much better than it was yesterday. It's not raining. It looks a little cold, a little damp. It is both those things out there, but it is nowhere near as inclement as it was over the course of yesterday's race, where we saw these cars racing in torrential downpour for almost 25 minutes. Today's race is a 30-minute race, or a first to 16 laps. We are 8 minutes and 40 seconds in, and I believe 4 laps in here right now. A good time here as well to remind you that if you have not done so already, you should subscribe to the Racing Network here and get all these live coverage videos on YouTube. You should also consider subscribing to the Inside the SCCA podcast, brought to you by Brian Bielansky. Very interesting racing content for you right there. All sorts of interesting reporting, interesting interviews, interesting discussions involving SCCA and members and the things they do. For example, not that long ago, I believe we had a interview with Duck Allen and Hayward Wagner, discussion about club culture. Hayward Wagner had some really good insights. There was a Duck Allen tribute in there. It was a good bit of content for you to get a grasp on. We've got some runnings as well. We've got the new Buttonwillow track tour out there, something to keep an eye on. There will be the circuit at Buttonwillow, was announced last night. We're a little bit behind, I think, the timetable that they initially wanted when they put that track into completion, but it's going to be done sometime in 2023, and hopefully by the end of the year, perhaps even by for our final race of the year, we'll be over there on the circuit, the new track. It is a very nice track. It's got all the bells and whistles, everything that you could possibly want from a racetrack over there. Down to, I will add the Tesla chargers, which I guess is some people that might not be actually what you would want from a racetrack, to be fair. Excuse me. Wow, some big successes down here for some of our drivers. Don Van Noordwijk, the only T1 in this competition, who is racing, I believe, in a 2017 Ford FP350S, has managed to climb 5 positions now to move himself up to 4th overall. Meanwhile, Mike Henderson, number 21 car, he's a GT2. He did not actually qualify for this race. He's in a 1995 Mazda RX-7. He has climbed 7 positions to take the 5th overall spot, so he is having a fantastic day. Speaking of having a fantastic day, Ian Barbary continues to tighten up the gap between him and Tristan Littlehale. Now, Tristan Littlehale just cannot seem to break free of Barbary's pursuit. Now, the gap between them, 1.713 seconds. So it's still a relatively modest gap between the two of them. But that's about where Tony DiColisio was sitting yesterday when Tristan Littlehale lost the race. So I can't help but feel that the looming presence of Ian Barbary in the rearview mirror right there for Tristan Littlehale lap after lap is probably not doing an awful lot in calming him down and keeping him on the straight and narrow. is Don Van Nortwick, who just came by here on the start line, putting up good speed right there, waiting for some of our other racers to come through. There comes Mike Henderson, a good 11 seconds behind Don Van Norwick. Reminder, there are 7 races on the day. This is race number 3. They'll be kicking off race number 4 shortly after this race ends, and so on and so forth until the end of the day, which should be about 4:20-ish, everything withstanding. Now the race leader's starting to head into a situation where they're going to have to deal with some traffic. Tristan Littlehale and Ian Barbary going fast enough that they're starting to catch up with the backside of the pack, which means that they have to start thinking about not only holding or battling one another, but also how they're going to surmount some of these cars that are in front of them. Now, when Brian Schubert was up here earlier in the day, he and I were having an interesting conversation about how, we tend to relegate sort of navigating traffic to almost a secondary function of the car race, but for races like this out at Buttonwillow, that actually for a lot of drivers becomes almost the primary function of the race. Being able to successfully navigate traffic is a huge hit or miss opportunity. We saw, actually, in our previous race, a little incident, there was no contact or the like, but a little hiccup where Caleb Schrader got kind of stuck up trying to get around Tom Van Wee down by the dog leg, and that actually resulted in Tom Van Wee causing enough of a delay that it really buried Caleb Schrader's hopes of technically catching up with John Manfroy and potentially winning the race. So it's an issue. It's something that has to be taken into account at pretty much all times. Nine laps to go in this race. We are just about to hit, or make that 8 laps to go, actually, because our leader has just come across the line. That is Tristan Littlehale. 15 minutes through, so we are halfway through on laps and halfway through on time. A nice even split there between the two. Let's go ahead and provide you with our full field rundown at the midpoint of the race, brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. Porterfield's engineering and in-house manufacturing capabilities are known worldwide for rapid response and developing the special items to solve immediate needs, often overnight. A huge inventory, personalized service, quick order processing, and on-time deliveries makes it easy to get the best in racing brake pads to your door when you need it. Here at Porterfields, they love racing, and their goal is to make sure your competitive events are as successful as ours have been. Porterfield Brakes, pads, and professional preparations puts the winning edge with you. Your midfield as it stands, starting at the top, number 8, Tristan Littlehale. In second place, number 74, Ian Barbary. In third place, number 22, Ole Thordarson. In fourth, number 8, Don Van Norwick. In fifth, number 21, Mike Henderson. In sixth, number 11, Matt Kehoe. In seventh, number 55, Dallas Carroll. In eighth, number 32, Michael Lewis. In ninth, number 73, Christopher Qualls. In 10th, number 88, Robert Kelly. And then in 11th, unable to finish today's race, number 79, Tony DiColicio. And that is your midfield race rundown, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. Well, if you're finding this race interesting so far and you want to see more of the SCCA racing, stick around for our next race that's coming up. That'll be group number 4, which is the major merge of qualifying times. An exciting race, or exciting category of the Spec Racer 4 is one of our most popular racers out here. There are 17 cars entered in that race, a lot of non-California talent, a consistently large group from the Pacific Northwest, namely from Oregon and Washington, came came down for that race, and they are a joy to watch, a really competitive group, and some interesting things to play out there as well. In position number 5 overall, number 9, Brian Schubert, last year's SRF 2022 overall champion, looks to try and retake the top spot, and he's got his work cut out for him in that race. The second place finisher overall, or third place finisher overall, is in 6 as well. That's number 111, Robert Edmondson. And Schubert and Edmondson have done some great kind of duo kind of nemesis racing over these last couple of months. So something to stick around for sure. Now going back to our race on hand here, 18 minutes in, 7 laps to go. Now we get into the tricky territory of, will these cars beat the timer, or will they have to cap out on a lap? And I'm going to go with my gut here and say that the timer is going to force the hand before the laps do. No guarantee of that happening, though. Ian Barbary sitting about 2 seconds now behind Tristan Littlehales, so not enough for them to catch up there yet. Still plenty of time if they desire to make a move, but it does seem that consistently Tristan Littlehale is going faster, and Ian Barbary just getting wider and wider in terms of his lag time there. Some of the other members of this group not really in contention. I mean, Ole Thordarson, Don Van Norwick, they're just sort of running their own race at this point in time. Even Mike Henderson, who has run a spectacular 7th-place climb in this race. That number 21 car, though, not in a position where it can strike at the big boss, such as it is with Tristan Littlehale. So Littlehale is kind of the man in motion at the moment, and whether or not he fails, though, is almost entirely down to him. I mean, that's, a pattern that we've seen previously, and there's every reason to believe that it won't happen a second time round, but, never be too doubtful of lightning striking twice, I guess. Well, keeping a weather eye out on the track, and again, it's worth pointing out that it's been a very clean race here today. Group 3 really showing no serious issues. Everybody's minding their P's and Q's out there, as Ian Barbary with his very distinct black car and sort of neon-colored numbering comes by, chasing after Tristan Littlehale. 2.5 second gap now between the two of them. Very impressive race being run by Tristan Littlehale. Ole Thordarson still not across the line yet. Just goes to show you the gap that's emerged between those top 2 leaders and the rest of the cars here in the pack. There comes Don Van Norwick, and shortly thereafter them, Ole Thordarson. I'm not sure exactly what's gone on right there, but it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. There might be a little bit of a misunderstanding or just timing off here. But regardless, Tristan Littlehale, Ian Barbary, and Ole Thordarson appear to be holding the top spots. 5 laps to go now. 9 seconds left in the race. Looks like we're probably going to hit timeout before we hit race time over, barring something very strange happening that I just can't see, such as rising sea levels or something like that. Unlikely to happen in the next 9 minutes, 8 minutes technically. So Well, some unfortunate news there that I was listening to coming out of pit lane. It appears that number 32, that would be Michael Lewis there, has had to go behind the wall. So the 32 cars race day, I guess I should say, is over. Past the halfway point in the race, though, so, still counts, but you hate to see a car have to get out early. At least it was at least it was towards the tail end. I was going to say at least it was by choice, but it wasn't actually by choice. At least it was towards the tail end, which is something that can't be said for poor Tony Calicio when everything is said and done. All the racers now seem to be taking it at a little bit more pedestrian pace right here. I don't think they're feeling the particular need for speed at the moment. Ian Barbary seems perfectly comfortable to hold a 2.3, 2.5 second gap between him and the first place of Tristan Littlehale. Doesn't look like he's going to challenge it yet. If he is going to challenge it, he's definitely running out of time to do so, so he needs to start making moves and getting grooves down. Matt Kehoe, who had a rough race earlier today, doing quite a bit better here now in this Group 3, has maintained that number 6 position throughout, pretty much unyieldingly continuing in that position. Robert Kelly hitting a little bit of a snag out there. Also, he's not the only one. It sounds like Ian Barbary hit a little bit of a snag there as well. So his options for chasing Tristan Littlehale on these last few laps, that might have just gone out the window because he's now 20 seconds behind Tristan Littlehale. So there you have it. And again, just going to show you perilous mistakes occasionally happening on the track out here. Brian Schubert talking about that when he was here in the booth as well. It's a thin margin. If you're reacting, you're already kind of messed up, as he said, which is unfortunately the situation here today by the looks of it for Ian Barbary. Three laps to go now, 25 minutes down. Tristan Littlehale holding by a 20-second margin. Ian Barbary still chasing. Nowhere close enough. Not going to be fast enough. Below him, Ole Thordarson. Not close enough. Not fast enough. And below that, Don Van Dorwick. Also not close enough. Also not fast enough. Running out of suitors very quickly there for that top spot. I think the only one that can walk away with it now is Tristan Littlehale. Again, though, towards the end of yesterday's race, he was in the same position, and it did not go his way. That has to be weighing very heavily on his mind when he started thinking about how he wants to race these last two laps. Here's something that's getting pretty interesting, though. 2 laps left to go, 26 minutes in. Is it going to be a finish by laps, or is it going to be a finish by time? Gut instinct now actually starting to say this probably could be finished by laps. A waiting process now to see how this race finishes out. White flag now in the hands of Tracy Kane, our starter. That'll be the indication to Tristan Littlehale that he's on his last lap. He's just past Matt Kehoe right there, who has steadfastly maintained a 6th place position overall. Ian Barbary chasing him up right there. And so it looks like it will be finished by laps in the end. Tristan Littlehale should be coming in as the victor, barring any significant changes across the court. Now has a 28-point gap, 28-second gap between him and Ian Barbary. Ole Thordarson is completely off of the mixture here as well. So really, Tristan Littlehale's race to win. Ooh, one car did go off and on, but it was not Tristan Littlehale this time. It was number 55 Silver. That's Dallas Carroll who's off. You can hear the countdown as Tristan Littlehale comes through. He's down to the 6th turn now, closing back towards the finish. Just waiting for Tracy Kane to unleash the checkered flag here and bring this race to an end. Here comes the checkered flag, ladies and gentlemen. He was denied yesterday by a single error, but this time it will not be. The checkered flag waving here as Tristan Littlehale comes roaring down the straight here over the finish line and gets his well-deserved win here for his race today. Ian Barbary not far behind him, but far enough that it makes a difference. And that should bring us to our final full field rundown of the race, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast and the Racing Network. Here we go. Your first place winner, number 8, Tristan Littlehale. Your second place winner, number 74, Ian Barbary. Your third place winner, number 22, Ole Thordarson. Your fourth place, number 8, Don Van Nortwick. Fifth place, number 21, Mike Henderson. Sixth, number 11, Matt Kehoe. Your 7th, number 55, Dallas Carroll. Your 8th, number 73, Chris Qualls. Your 9th, number 88, Robert Kelly. And then 2 drivers unable to finish here today, Michael Lewis and Tony DiColicio. And that will do it for your end of race full field rundown. And for Group 3, I've been Tristan Parker, bringing you coverage of the U.S. Major Tour, the Andy Porter Memorial here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for Cow Club and the SCCA. Don't go anywhere. Our Spec Racer Ford group coming up next. Will 2022 champion Brian Schubert be able to overcome his rather poor start, or will some exciting young outsiders for Oregon walk away with the race win? Don't go anywhere. Stick with us after this break to find out. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another broadcast here from the Cal Club SCCA, brought to you on the Racing Network. It's the U.S. Major Tour, the Andy Porterfield Memorial Race. I am Tristan Parker, filling in for Brian Bielansky here in the commentary booth. Thank you so much for joining us, and you've joined us for an exciting race here. Group number 4, the fourth race of the day. It is the Spec Racers, the SRFs, and SRF3s, all SRF3s. A competitive, engaging class of cars here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park and the Cal Club. There's some very talented young drivers out there on the field. For those of you who were paying attention to our earlier broadcast, the intrepid Brian Schubert, 2022 SRF3 champion, who was up here in the broadcast booth with me earlier, he's participating in this particular category. He's starting a little bit back in the pack, actually, so he's got some work ahead of him. We have some very talented out-of-towners from Oregon in this race as well. A lot of talented drivers in this SRF3 group. Yesterday, they were battered by rain throughout their race. The track conditions were not ideal. The tire situation was a mess. The brake situation was a mess. Today, though, they're hungry for a proper battle on relatively dry Buttonwillow racetrack. All things being what they are, let's go ahead and give you a full field rundown here at the start, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast and the Racing Network. Starting in 17th, number 3, Jim Ricketts from Battleground, Washington. In 16th, number 64, Noah Hambai from Trabuco Canyon, California. Next to him, number 43, Matt Kehoe from San Francisco, California. In 14th, number 2, Lee Douglas from Portland, Oregon. In 13th, number 16, Mike Moshe from Los Angeles, California. In 12th, number 27, Paul Gowdy from Portland, Oregon. In 11th, number 65, Vince Balsh from San Diego, California. In 10th, 197, Mark Ballingy from Shafter, California. In 9th, number 45, Tom Burt from Woodway, Washington. In 8th, number 55, Jay Rosenthal from Woodland Hills, California. In 7th, number 77, Andre Pera from Government Camp, California. In 6th, number 111, Robert Edmondson from Ranchos Palo Verdes, California. In 5th, number 9, Brian Schubert from Huntington Beach, California. In 4th, number 11, Mike Miserandino from Bakersfield, California. In third, number 17, John Black from Olympic Valley, California. In 2nd, number 99, Caleb Schrader from Tigard, Oregon. And then in 1st place, your pole position, number 9, Cooper Becklin from Westland, Oregon, in a 2019 Spec Racer Ford. And that is your starting grid here for this group number 4 on this fine Sunday. The pace car coming off the track here. The Spec Racers should be lined up and coming down the straightaway soon. All eyes now to the starter stand to see if we will be getting our green flag to get this race underway. I know these gentlemen are eager for a tussle. It was a bit of an awkward qualifier for them this morning because there was a lot of division about whether you used slicks or whether you used proper tires. Here comes the green flag. Out they go. The racers are about it, and there they go, side by side in. Brian Schubert already trying to make a little bit of something happen early on. A big close up there as they come down to the first turn. And then things sort of start to sort themselves out just a little bit. Brian Schubert looked like they're actually angling to move up into 4th, but you could see Cooper Becklin and Caleb Schrader fighting it out there. But as I was saying, this morning, a lot of discussion about what kind of tires were best for the kind of soggy, let's put soggy out there as a word, soggy conditions that we saw. It was an interesting debate, and I know that a lot of the drivers discussed kind of what it was going to be in terms of the best call. There was a group of them that ran on wet weather tires, and they generally tended to do a little bit better in the 15-minute qualifier session. John Black and Brian Schubert, I believe, were the only individuals in the field who chose to run with non-wet weather tires. They both did all right and then slowly started to pick up more and more speed as those tires got hot to the point where they had an advantage over some of the other racers. That's John Black's excellent position in third, partially thanks to that. But they simply didn't have enough time, I think, either of them to really get to the position where they could have ended up, which would mean probably first and second place. Instead, that's Cooper Becklin and Caleb Schrader. But an interesting choice there, a little insight into the strategic decision making. I know that some of those drivers or their teams, they were down there early today before their practice or before their qualifying, looking at the track, getting a read for it, working it out. So when I say it's a competitive category, I am not kidding up here. These guys care deeply about their racing. And they want to win. They each want to put their hand on the fine trophy that was just handed out last night. There comes a relatively tight group in the front. Cooper Becklin, John Black, Caleb Schrader, Brian Schubert pushing up into that fourth position that he was gunning for. Robert Edmondson, though, clinging tight on his hip. When I say tight, I mean tight. 0.066 seconds between them. In fact, a tight pack overall. The biggest gap to report in the top 10 cars is a 2.43 or 2.347 between Brian Schubert and Caleb Schrader. Caleb Schrader hanging on the backside of John Black, 0.048 seconds, the difference between the two of them. Cooper Becklin was only 0.320 of a second in the lead there over John Black. So you can tell that they came out swinging on that first lap, and we'll see him as they head down into the dog leg. And it does look like maybe Brian Schubert lost his little engagement there with Robert Edmondson. He's definitely somebody who's gotten around him as they come down the dog leg. Leaves an interesting question, actually, of whether Caleb Schrader and John Black and Cooper Becklin are going to be able to maintain a very fast pace as they keep going around here and kind of keep that separate group of three that they started to form at the top of the order. They're almost running, at the moment, they're almost running their own race, but it doesn't take a lot for those kind of groups to be broken up. And now the challenge for people like Robert Edmondson or Brian Schubert or Jay Rosenthal, the second overall place finisher for the 2022 SRF season, and actually Robert Edmondson, the third place overall SRF season winner. So some heavy hitters in that second group. They have to kind of figure out how they want to play this to not only overcome one another, but to also catch up with those first cars. And that kind of infighting too can be a very dangerous prospect, because sometimes you get in a situation where you're so focused on getting, into fourth place or whatever, that when it actually comes time for you to power up and try and catch those top three cars, you simply don't really have it in you. And sure enough, there comes Robert Edmondson across the line. He's got about a 1.5 second gap ahead of Brian Schubert. Jay Rosenthal chasing there, 0.479. Tom Burt not far behind Jay Rosenthal. Mark Ballingy, the last to kind of make up that smaller pack. I say that, though. Paul Gowdy about 1.2 seconds behind Mark Ballingy. Going back up to Robert Edmondson, he's almost a full 5 seconds behind Caleb Schrader. Cooper Becklin, John Black, and Caleb Schrader, two of them from Oregon, one of them from Olympic Valley, California. They have opened up here on these first two laps and have really put themselves to a steady and fast pace. They'll come back round down the dog leg again. Now, something you will see a lot from these spec racer cars, they love drifting. They love getting in underneath one another. They're built for that kind of racing, so that's something to keep an eye on here. In fact, as you go a little bit farther down the order from Schubert to about Tom Burt and Mark Ballingy, that's sort of what's happening between the two of them right there. Ballingy almost looks like he's tucking in behind Burt's fender, just sort of slipping in and kind of getting some speed. Technically, today's race is 30 minutes long, or the first to 16, given the speed of the Spec Racer Fords. I imagine that we'll be seeing the timer count down to 30 before we see the lap count down to 0. We've seen a lot, actually 2 of our last 3 races finished with the lap count, so a bit of a different pacing here. We'll be watching the full 30 minutes of racing, whether we like it or not. And the drivers, I know, we were talking about this with Brian earlier, the drivers like that 30-minute race. It's a good amount of time to be out there. You're properly racing. You're not having to step off a little bit earlier. Speaking of stepping off, by the way, John Black has made a move around Caleb Schrader, who was not able to hold him off, and is now hunting for Cooper Becklin, 0.201 of a second behind. Here comes Robert Edmondson tearing across, now 6.5 seconds behind the third place position. Brian Schubert continuing to fall back, 2.7626, despite putting up his fastest lap so far. Jay Rosenthal still in the hunt, still a very tight pack. Jay Rosenthal, Tom Burt, Mark Ballingy, Paul Gallaty, not a lot separating them. In fact, Mark Ballingy coming in at a mere 0.091 seconds between him and the number 45 car of Tom Burt. So a fight brewing here among the Spec Racer Fords for kind of the fourth place premium position, as it were. And Robert Edmondson has to be checking his rearview mirrors as frequently as possible to see Brian Schubert creeping up on him. Speaking of creeping up on people, though, Caleb Schrader slowly but surely making his way into a good position to ride some air off the backside of John Black. So John Black, number 17, who's done so well for himself right here, he's going to have to be very careful about how he plays this, or he might find Caleb Schrader leapfrogging him back up into position. Similarly, Brian Schubert has Jay Rosenthal just behind him. Rosenthal, a very talented racer in his own right, not really giving Brian Schubert a lot of breathing room. So finding a bit of a double battle there between Robert Edmondson and kind of Jay Rosenthal in order to both advance and hold his position. It's a bit unenviable, all things considered. Probably almost as unenviable as the situation between Tom Burt, Mark Ballingy, and the aforementioned Jay Rosenthal, who are all kind of in that same mix where they have to be looking kind of forward into the future, and then you immediately have to be checking your present, your past, and making sure that whoever's creeping up behind you isn't in a position where they can kind of put you to shame. Here they come around over the start again. John Black doing good work there, but the gap between him and Caleb Schrader, tiny, minuscule, 0.206 of a second. Robert Edmondson coming across now, a 9-second gap between him and third, 2.9 seconds for Brian Schubert. Jay Rosenthal whittling down his gap to 0.315, but he can't take time to gloat. Right behind him, literally almost nose to tip right there, that is Mark Ballingy, number 197, giving him zero room to breathe. A real tightening of the cars right there as they come up into the grapevine, then they expand out again. That group of three, Cooper Becklin, John Black, Caleb Schrader, they're running a race of their own right now, effectively not even really part of the rest of the field. You can just see this massive gap that takes place as we all sort of wait now for Robert Edmondson to come into view. Brian Schubert gunning it down the dog lane, but not able to really build up enough speed. He is doing a fair job, though, of keeping Jay Rosenthal back, and these consistent challenges onto Jay Rosenthal from Mark Ballingy might be enough there to kind of semi-sabotage Jay Rosenthal's chances of actually overtaking the Schubert number 9 car. Three more races to go here on the day, and compared to yesterday with its rain, everything has been a lot smoother here at Buttonwillow. We haven't seen many of the tumultuous off-course moments as we saw. We've not had to whip out a tow truck every 10 seconds to save some unfortunate driver from mud or a giant puddle of water, aka a lake. In fact, actually, it's been so limited. I think I've only heard the tow truck call maybe 2 or 3 times throughout these first 4 races so far, and that's something to make note of there, because yesterday it was a sloppy mess. And the Spec Racers were not immune to that, by the way. They have their own sloppy mess moments out there as well. They seem a lot more composed and collected here, though yet again, Cooper Becklin and Caleb Schrader and even John Black showing a real command of the field there amongst them. Cooper Becklin and Caleb Schrader, those are both Oregonians as well. They represent the Oregon region overall, so out-of-staters, out of network sort of players in this match, and I mean doing a spectacular job. Fastest lap for Cooper Becklin, by the way, 156.436. That was his last lap. That's very fast for a Spec Racer. Good reminder, by the way, that if you're interested in being a part of the SCCA or Cal Club, you can find all sorts of information on membership, volunteering. If you want to come out and race, if you want to come out and take part of one of our track days, you can check www.calclub.com. Or if you're not local to the Cal Club area, you want to look at some of the other options available to you in terms of regions, you can look at SCCA.com. John Black, coming across the line right now, has lost his duel with Caleb Schrader, the number 99 car. The other Oregonian has managed to take the lead there, but not by much. 0.373. Just behind Caleb Schrader is John Black, and here comes some other cars of note. Brian Schubert being chased by Robert Edmondson, by Mark Ballingy, who finally made his move on Jay Rosenthal. And Mark Ballingy has had a spectacular race. So far, he's climbed nearly 4 places up to where he deserves to be right now. Great job there by the number 6 overall car. Noah Hambai, Lee Douglas, they've also done great work here as well. But Mark Ballingy really, it feels to be the standout. And Mark Ballingy actually put up his fastest lap time too, 158.732. So a car to watch out for. And now the pressure really on for Brian Schubert. Because this is a challenge that Jay Rosenthal, I don't think, presented as much. And that's something that needs to be kind of made account of. Well, kind of entering the doldrums section of the race here. Not a ton of action to report on just yet. Again, our view is a little limited, and I know we have one camera set up for you guys today, looking out over the grid and down towards the straightaway. Doesn't always give you the most accurate picture of the race as a whole. Your leaders coming by, they should actually appear on camera shortly, but again, everything stays as it was meant to be. Cooper Becklin, Caleb Schrader, John Black in that mix as well. The remaining members of the crew taking much longer to get here. Finally, Robert Edmondson crosses the line, and Mark Ballingy and Brian Schubert neck and neck, 0.047 between the two of them as they come down into the sunrise turn, and they're both yellow cars, so I can't actually tell you who made the move right there. I think Brian Schubert managed to hold on to it, but good Lord, if that wasn't a great attempt by Mark Ballingy to just slip on the inside of Brian Schubert heading down into that sunrise turn, which is one of our most prolific passing areas here at Buttonwillow. We'll check up on the front and see it again, and an on and off maneuver there from Cooper Becklin. That's hard to see. Cooper Becklin coming off the top of the grapevine, went straight into the dirt. A terrible moment there for the leader of the race. And speaking of terrible moments, it does look like Mark Ballingy won out over Brian Schubert, who drops back to 6th position, a difficult spot for last year's champion to have to be in. He just cannot seem to find the secret sauce he needs today to move his position up a fair enough amount. Cooper Becklin's going off right there, coming down off of the grapevine, was truly bonkers. I'm not really sure what happened. It's hard to see with the tower. He came slamming down, at really high speed off of the elevation change right there. There's an elevation change. Clearly did not really pull out of it, I guess. Went right off in front of a flagger stand and then got back on. But what it has done is buried his chances, I think, of even it back up. Caleb Schrader now knocked back, now knocked up to first place. John Black comfortably in second, and an 8.822 second gap between Cooper Becklin and John Black. Here comes Mark Ballingy and Brian Schubert past the line. That's the confirmation we needed that Brian Schubert is just not able to catch up. We are at the halfway point now, 16 point something seconds into the race. So let's go ahead and present you with your midfield rundown, brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. Since 1986, Porterfield Enterprises has earned a reputation for manufacturing quality competition brake pads and brake products to the performance racing industry. A close working relationship with leading professional motorsports teams has led to the development of one of the finest racing brake pads ever produced. This uniquely engineered composite brake pad, using the latest ceramic composite technology design, combines high performance materials to make better stopping power and more rotor friendly brake pads. Porterfield Brakes, if you're interested in their products, you can find them at porterfield-brakes.com. Now on to your mid-race one recap. Starting in first place, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In second place, number 17, John Black. In third place, number 9, Cooper Becklin. In fourth place, number 111, Robert Edmondson. In fifth place, number 197, Mark Ballingy. In sixth, number 9, Brian Schubert. In 7th, number 45, Tom Burt. In 8th, number 27, Paul Gowdy. In 9th, number 2, Lee Douglas. Then you have Jay Rosenthal, Noah Hembai, Mike Moshe, and Jim Ricketts. Vince Balk, the number 65 car, unfortunately will not be finishing today's race, as they did have to pit. Well, with that midfield rundown brought to you by Porterfield Brakes, we're back at it again here, keeping a weather eye on our racers and on the weather. It was not supposed to rain again here today until after racing was done and dusted. It might very well happen again. Mark Ballingy, by the way, opening up the gap on Brian Schubert just a little bit. Still under a second between the two of them. But again, as I said, Brian Schubert cannot just seem to find his traction this weekend. Quite literally, I think, in some of these cases. Mark Ballingy, meanwhile, looks comfortable in his position that he's currently in. If anything, he looks dangerous to Robert Edmondson, who has been happily in kind of that fourth place position and now very much getting into the drama of the other spec racers. He's 12 seconds behind Cooper Becklin, but he's only about 1.3 seconds behind Mark Ballingy. So he's going to have to start really watching himself here as this begins to develop, or he's going to be in a rather unpleasant situation. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for that brief bit of time right there. Just getting some confirmation. Vince Gulch is out. Had to go behind the wall. He will no longer be racing today. Also, in our grid rundown, a couple of racers did not make it out on the track for varying reasons. Mike Miserandino, number 11. Andrew Pera, number 77. And number 17, number 43, Matt Kehoe, who actually already raced a couple of races today, if I remember correctly, have not been able to make it out. Meanwhile, across the board, John Black gunning for that first place position on Caleb Schrader. He's actually about 0.427 seconds behind, and as they come down the dog leg, he's closing up that gap much faster, I think, than Caleb Schrader predicted. They come down into the Riverside turn, and now this is where things could potentially get interesting. No, Caleb Schrader puts on a burst of speed coming out of Riverside, manages to stave off the rather untowards attentions there of John Black, at least for now. We'll lose them in the tree stand, so I can't really tell you what happens after it. Meanwhile, Brian Schubert, eager for a little bit of revenge there on Mark Ballingy, pulling a similar maneuver heading down into the Riverside turn, putting on the speed, trying to catch that number 197, the other yellow car in this race. they'll head down over towards Phil Hill and we'll lose him again, but definitely a matchup to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, Robert Edmondson, happy to watch that fight go down, does not seem to be able to find the speed, though, in his car to catch up with either Cooper Becklin or, more hopefully, John Black, who are both in the lead. Here we come to the starting line now. Caleb Schrader crossing right behind him again, just biting on there. John Black 2-7-0 behind the race leader. They'll head down into the Sunrise turn. John Black, maybe looking for a bit of an opportunity, went in tight on the inside with a good line right there leading into Sunrise, but no opening presented itself, so he's got to go back into biding his time mode. About 8 minutes left in the race here, so if you're going to start making a move, if you've been playing this cautious, you're running out of time to sort of make your play. Brian Schubert, by the way, in a similar position, just comes across the line, 0.493 seconds behind Mark Ballinger. He's also looking for his opening to try and get a pass in there, and that's going to happen sooner rather than later. Worth pointing out, Mark Ballinger has had an amazing race here so far. Climbed a whole 5 places from his starting position in qualifications. He was down in 10th. He's now up in 5th, and he's been racing like a maniac out there to maintain that positioning. Now heading up, though, into the Grapevine, Brian Schubert closing the distance rapidly. Now, it was coming down out of the Grapevine that we saw our previous race leader, Cooper Becklin, make a little bit of a whoopsie. It could theoretically happen again. It is not to be. Neither is it that Brian Schubert is able to find an opening there as they come down off of the Grapevine. But you know who's getting caught up with mighty fast? Robert Edmondson, who has been kind of comfortably in 4th place this entire time, now has the dueling duo of Mark Ballinger and Brian Schubert rumbling up behind him. And I don't think that feels particularly comfortable for that driver. He's going to have to make some moves right there, maybe put on a little bit of speed to try and distance himself from his 2 competitors, or he stands a very real prospect of dropping all the way back into 6th place, which for Robert Edmondson would be a not so great finish, and one that I don't think he'd be particularly happy about. Well, our race leader coming across the line again, and once more John Black tailing behind, but not by much, holding back by about 2.8. He really closed up again there on Sunrise, but every time he comes down into Sunrise and then we head towards the A section, he just cannot seem to maintain that pacing. Let's take a look now at our second kind of lead pack here. Robert Edmondson, Mark Ballinger, Brian Schubert. No, it's wider gap here, unfortunately. 1 second now, Mark Ballinger. The issue, Cooper Becklin, the number 09 car, white and black, has spun out and does not appear to be able to keep the car moving. That issue has created some major problems here for the drivers. It led to a slowdown, and that's crippled both Mark Ballinger and Brian Schubert as they were creeping up on Robert Edmondson. So a little bit of a temporary stay right there issued for Robert Edmondson, who was very much in danger of losing his position. The driver who seems actually to have suffered the most from that, though, is Brian Schubert. The gap has opened up wide between him and Mark Ballinger. I'm not sure what the situation was particularly that put him there, but he just cannot find the speed now to close that gap up. Mark Ballinger instead in the hunt for Robert Edmondson. The temporary stay is just that, temporary, because Mark Ballinger is knocking on the door of Robert Edmondson's race, slipping in behind him and building up some drafting speed. 5 minutes left in this race, and Robert Edmondson is in a battle for maintaining that now 3rd place slot, considering that one of them is out. Cooper Becklin is out. Here they come down through again. Number 99, Caleb Schrader. He's still being chased by John Black. John Black has played such a good, patient race, but he cannot find the speed he needs to close that gap with Caleb Schrader. No matter how hard he tries, it is just not popping up. Oh, now here's a development. Mark Ballinger was giving it all he could, hell for leather, to try and catch up with Robert Edmondson, and he spun out He's back on the track. He's continuing, but a golden opportunity for Brian Schubert, who goes sailing right behind him, and Mark Ballingy must be absolutely heartbroken. He's raced so well, 5 positions gained in this race. He was not able to hold on to 4th place, though. He'll drop back down to 5th due to driver error, and a cautionary tale there for all the racers in the Spec Racer Ford category. It's been an incredibly competitive race, but sometimes when you really push yourself to your limits like that, incidents happen. And that's exactly what claimed Mark Ballingy. Now a challenge here for 2022 champion Brian Schubert. Does he give it his all in a chance to catch up to Robert Edmondson with only about 3 minutes left in the race? At most, he's going to get 2 laps in here, and he's not got a lot of a lead time on catching up with Robert Edmondson. They come down into the river bend, and you can tell that Brian Schubert is giving it all the speed he possibly can within reasonable parameters to try and catch up. Here they come over the start line again. Caleb Schrader, John Black, so close. 0.161 of a second. This time, John Black tries to cut around the outside. Won't find it. Oh, every time they get so close coming down the straight, specifically when they head into the Sunrise turn, every time John Black is right there, nearly tip to tail with Caleb Schrader, and then Caleb Schrader manages to pull away as they head back up, down through the wide turn into, coming up to the Grapevine and Cotton Corner. And here's another chase. Brian Schubert hunting for Robert Edmondson. He's got 2 laps to do it. Is he going to be able to make it happen? A 1.236 second gap between them. That is not insurmountable for a talented young driver. It's also a real good advantage for a strong racer like Robert Edmondson to hold off his competitor. So 2 big kind of confluence is there to keep an eye on at the front of this group. White flag should be coming out here on this lap to indicate that we are nearly done. It's do or die time for the Spec Racer drivers. If they want to make their final moves, this is where it's got to be. Here comes the white flag out. Caleb Schrader still in the lead. Going to have a little bit of traffic ahead of him because Michael Moshe is there. Is that going to be the opportunity for John Black in that number 17 car? He's 1.67 seconds behind again as they come back around. So close here. The white flag now flying for Robert Edmondson. And let's get an idea of where Brian Schubert sits in regards to Robert Edmondson. A huge gap, actually, between Edmondson and John Black just kind of continues going. Here they come again, and wow, Brian Schubert has made up space. He really has. I just don't know if he's going to have enough time left in the race. 0.473 seconds here. He's got 1 lap to do it. Can he find the willpower there? Can Robert Edmondson hold him off? Meanwhile, looking back up to the top of the list, John Black, he's putting everything he can into it. Here comes the pass on the dog leg. Beautiful stuff on the last lap. Round on the inside of the Riverside turn, and that will be more than enough to sling him into first place. But can he hold on to it? He's got the prize. Caleb Schrader tried to get back around him, couldn't find it as they come down through the number 9 turn. And that's some very close stuff right there. That could come down to a neck-and-neck race as they enter the final straight. I hear the countdown coming down, turn number 6. It looks like Caleb Schrader has managed to hold on to that front position. But let's see, John Black still very much a threat. They might even be side by side as they come up here into the straight. It's now John Black who's taken the lead over Caleb Schrader. The checkered flag being prepared here on the line as they'll come down in. Caleb Schrader desperate to retake that first place position. He's held on to it for lap after lap after lap. John Black has done so well to hold it on. The checkered flag being ready to be waved here. Here it goes, leading in. They're neck and neck as they come down the stretch. John Black pushes ahead by a nose right there. Caleb Schrader will land in second place. Now comes the rest of the pack. Brian Schubert, Robert Edmondson, the next two to come across. Has Brian Schubert managed to find 4.73 points of a second in his lap? Here comes the checkered flag, waving for these two. It's going to be really close. I don't think Brian Schubert's found the speed. It's going to be a Herculean effort here from Brian Schubert, but not enough. Robert Edmondson coming across, Brian Schubert taking the fourth place. And that should just about do it here for this Spec Racer Ford race. Group 4 providing a great show here on the day. As always, as Mark Ballingy comes across the line in 5th, let's go ahead and give you our full field rundown here at the end of the race, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast and the Racing Network. Starting in first place, climbing 2 places on the race with a thrilling last lap, number 17, John Black, your race winner. In second place, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In third place, number 111, Robert Edmondson. In fourth place, number 9, Brian Schubert. In fifth place, number 197, Mark Ballingy. In sixth place, climbing 6 places overall, number 27, Paul Gowdy. In seventh, number 45, Tom Burt. In seventh, number 55, Jay Rosenthal. In sixth, number 27, Paul Gowdy. In eighth, number 2, Lee Douglas. In ninth, number 45, Tom Burt. In 10th, number 64, Noah Hambai. In 11th, number 16, Mike Moshe. In 12th, number 3, Jim Ricketts. Cooper Becklin, Vince Balk, unfortunately unable to finish. And that will do it here for this Group 4 race. Group 5 coming up in just a little bit. That should be an enjoyable one. Perhaps not as intensely competitive as the Spec Racer Ford group, but it'll mostly be Formula Vs and Formula 4s coming out right there in our small bore open wheel category. So don't go anywhere. I've been Tristan Parker. You're listening to the Racing Network broadcast of the U.S. Majors Tour Andy Porterfield Memorial here with Cow Club. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the U.S. Majors Tour here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, brought to you by Cal Club and the SCCA. My name is Tristan Parker. I'll be your host for today. As we look at our fifth race of the day, I'm filling in for Brian Bielanski, who unfortunately not available to be here today. Just getting underway is group number 5, which, per theme, has only about 5 cars in it, which is good. I definitely didn't just run up the stairs, for those of you who are wondering why I'm a little out of breath. But 5 cars in this group here today. Not going to be super competitive, I imagine. Yesterday, they kind of did their thing and had a nice, enjoyable race. And that, I think, is what we should look forward here to as well for these cars. Your full field rundown here, provided by the Inside the SCCA podcast and the Racing Network. Starting in 5th place, number 32, Chris Ponson from Penryn, California, in a 1996 Volkswagen. From 4th place, number 40, Donald Manth, originating in Santa Rosa, California, in a 1978 Volkswagen Lynx. In 3rd place, number 76, Scott Renner from Los Alamitos, California, in a 1975 VFV Fox. In position number 2, number 74, Mark Edwards from Los Angeles, California, your 2022 Formula V champion, in a 1982 Glamdring. And then, leading it all, the only Formula Ford on the field, number 48, Eric Poulsen from Clovis, California, in a 2014 Piper DLZ. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There is your full grid, brought to you by Inside the SCCA podcast and Cal Club. Well, it's been a lovely day of racing so far here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. 2 more races to go on deck here after this, including our conclusion, which should be an exciting race between our highly competitive Spec Miata group. But first, the Formula Vs, one of my favorite classes of race cars. I love seeing them race here at Buttonwillow. They always provide a good time. They have that sleek, classical race car look to them. Some of these cars quite old, as you could probably tell. The 1975 VF Fox, the 1982 Glamdring, which is one of the most beautiful machines we have out here on the track. The 1978 Volkswagen Lynx, another absolute stunner. They're all very fun to see. I love that 1978 Volkswagen. It literally looks like a rocket on wheels. It's a great looking car. Love them all. Let's pull up our track map really quick here so you guys get an idea of what we're running here this weekend if you're just tuning in for this broadcast, or if you've been with us all day, you've probably seen this before, but it'll do to kind of get us in touch with the track as it stands. It's in the 25A configuration here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park this weekend. You should note that the off-ramp section is actually not being used. It's the A section that will come into play here. It's been a dry day on the track. The track seems quite dry. I was just down there a second ago, took a look at it. Not a lot of moisture. Very different from yesterday when we saw a lot of rain, a lot of buildup. We also haven't had as much mud or debris on the track, which has been really beneficial for a lot of these drivers. We had a lot of water pooling yesterday, and that was causing significant problems, especially for these small bore open wheel cars. They don't want to deal with that kind of a hazard out there on the track. They're not going to have to, based on how things are looking here today. We've seen some exciting racing. It's a good layout. It's one of the longest layouts we have available. A total range of 3.02 miles here for these drivers today. For those of you who are not familiar with Freedom units, that is 4.86 kilometers total on the track. You can keep an eye on the racers and their positions there on the left-hand side of your screen. That's Race Hero in action. And then your camera view today, a little not as nice as what you might be usually expecting here. Unfortunately, Brian Bielanski, who cannot be here, the host and creator of the Racing Network, he is in Florida for the Super Tour this weekend, so his equipment is not available. So we're using a simple camera. Shows you the grid there where cars line up for their race. So if you keep an eye on that, you might be seeing our next group. That'll be Group 6, the small bore slicks closed wheels. And it gives you a view of pit lane and the section of the track leading straight down from the starter stand into the sunrise turn, and then in the distance on the right-hand side of the support pillar there, which unfortunately I cannot remove, you can just see the grapevine, which is a little bit of an elevation change leading down into one of our longer straights, the dog leg that you may have seen on the map that I just showed. Yesterday's race for these cars was a challenge, not so much because it was a tight-necked race, but rather because they really sort of were battling the elements and themselves more than anything else. Only one group yesterday, I think, finished with all cars intact. We had a lot of cars off. We had a lot of tow trucks deployed. This group was not necessarily spared that fate either, I'm afraid. The problem being that with the mud the way it was, when cars were going off the track, they were simply stuck fast. I think we had one or two cars that were able to go off and get back on. Most of them, though, they were just stuck, and out came a tow truck. Literally had to hitch a winch to them, and you could see it all around different parts of the track. A tow truck stood off to the side, a cable attached to some poor race car, and then they dragged that sucker right back out across the line. An interesting little detail, by the way, from our last race, which was the Spec Racer Fords. There at the end, it was a photo finish, truly very close, between number 17 and number 99. That was John Black and Caleb Schrader, respectively. And it was so close that Caleb Schrader's transponder actually had him down as the winner. John Black, though, was the visual winner of the race. He was clearly ahead of Caleb Schrader, but his transponder had him down as second. So it's actually an interesting little conundrum, and I don't really have an answer for you. It's definitely clear, I think, that John Black won the race, and I believe that's what Race Control is going with, but just one of those little intricacies of car racing right there. The positioning of transponders in racing vehicles and where they should be, and how you standardize that across vehicles and car placement is an interesting little subject. Taking a look at our field here, getting back to this Group 5 race, we're about 8 minutes in here so far, 13 laps to go. All of our races here are either 30 minutes or 16 laps, whichever comes first. I have a feeling that we'll be seeing the time out before we see the lap out here for these cars. Number 48, Eric Poulsen, is in the lead. That Formula Ford doing 209.486. The fastest Formula V is the 1982 Glamdring of number 74, Mark Edwards. He's sitting at 219.428 as his fastest lap. Now, there is a little bit of chase here among the Formula Vs. Scott Renner is very close to the backside of Chris Ponson there for 4th and 5th, respectively. Similarly, Donald Manth, he's only about 3 seconds behind Mark Edwards. Now, 3 seconds is a pretty big gap, I'll be honest with you, but it's not insurmountable. You can't command a ton of horsepower out of the Formula Vs. There's no kind of big rev up where they're going to slingshot themselves over, a second gap or whatever somehow in a lap. It's just not going to happen unless driver error gets involved. But at this early stage of the race, these are positional changes that we could see develop over time. So we'll be keeping our eye on them throughout the race here. Speaking of Mark Edwards, he's just across the line now, and Donald Manth is chasing, maintaining about 2.8 seconds behind, so still close to that 3-second ballpark. Now we have to wait just a little bit here for Chris Ponson and Scott Renner, the Volkswagen Lynx and the Volkswagen, I can't remember what the second one is, but a 1996 Volkswagen there as well, coming in to that mix. For those of you who are perhaps uninitiated, though I assume if you're tuning into, Cow Club coverage, you're probably well aware of the racing pedigree of these cars. Formula V is a, great storied class, right? The Formula Vs, this is where a lot of famous race car drivers got their start. People like Niki Lauda, if I remember correctly, he got his start doing Formula Vs. Scott Dixon, he was doing Formula Vs. Rosberg Piquet, they were all doing Formula Vs. So, drivers who have gone on to some significant successes in their professional careers have started here. Now, most of the drivers out on the track, these are not starters. A lot of our youngest drivers tend to race spec Miatas, and they tend to race spec racer Fords. But it's a great testament to the class and the excitement and success of these race cars that they have had such a storied history behind them. And that's another reason why I always like seeing them out on the track here at Buttonwillow. Eric Paulson setting our new fastest lap right there as he came by a 2:05.324. Chris Ponson, his fastest lap so far, 2:34.40, which leaves Scott Renner about 1.8 seconds behind him. So opening up the gap on Scott Renner there, putting a little bit of speed on, trying to keep the distance. And you would think, as one of our smaller racing groups, only 5 cars out there on the field, the Formula Vs may be lacking in spectators, but they're not. There was quite a few people out there on the deck and down by the track, all watching as the Formula Vs came around. It's been a big weekend here, as that number 40 car of Donald Manth, which is another one of the ones that looks like an absolute gem, that's a 1975 FV Fox, goes sailing by, not too far behind him, about 4.7 seconds, which in the context of this race is, well, relatively close. But yeah, there was a good crowd gathered to watch these Formula V cars, and as I was heading back up to the booth, you could kind of determine where they were by where everybody was looking, which is off to the end of the track that we can't really see over in the East Loop, which is where we tend to lose him, down by kind of Phil Hill, the Star Mazdas, up through the, the S's, and leading back into Sunset as a turn. Fortunately for us here today, a lot of our action has actually happened in view. We had some good passes. We had a good runoff near the end of Phil Hill, the Dogleg and Riverside turn. Those have all come into their own here today. And I've been watching with interest as the lake, the water feature that had formed in the middle of Buttonwillow Raceway Park has shrunk by smaller and smaller margins as the day has gone on here. Now, there is more rain forecasted on the way here at Buttonwillow, but it is not until the early evening. Our races should be done and dusted by the time that becomes a factor, or at least that's what we're hoping here. I think a lot of us don't want to go through those rainy conditions again, especially kind of during the breakdown process here at Buttonwillow. It's been a very interesting weekend in the world of SCCA Cal Club racing. Conditions that a lot of drivers not familiar with, a lot of adaptation, a lot of new experiences, and not always good experiences, unfortunately, for some of those drivers, but certainly lessons learned, that's for sure. Eric Paulson out there running his own race, coming down through the dog leg, sort of maintaining his speed. Keeping an ear here on the radio, seeing if there's anything interesting coming through. But these drivers are running very clean today. In fact, all of our races today have been very clean. Not a lot going out of alignment here. We've had 1 or 2 do not finishers in every single race. That's just kind of the standard attrition rate for a lot of our races here at the Cal Club. Usually due to, I think all of them due to mechanical errors. Nothing dramatic has really happened, so it's nice to see our racers kind of back in form, because yesterday was a lot of havoc out there on the field. So a much more normalized day, I think, here for our drivers. It may be overcast. It's certainly not the prettiest day we've ever had out here at Buttonwillow, but they're making it work for them. Well, we are just coming up to our halfway mark now on this race group 5, so I'll go ahead and give you our midfield rundown, brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. Porterfield's engineering and in-house manufacturing capabilities are known worldwide for a rapid response and developing the special items to solve immediate needs, often overnight. A huge inventory, personalized service, quick order processing, and on-time deliveries make it easy to get the best in racing brake pads to your door when you need it. Here at Porterfields, we love to race, and our goal is to make sure your competitive events are as successful as ours have been. Porterfield brake pads and professional preparation puts the winning edge with you. And if you're interested in looking at Porterfield brakes and their wonderful products, you can find those at porterfield-brakes.com. And here is your mid-race rundown of the field. Starting in first place, number 48, Eric Poulsen, who just put up the fastest lap of 2:03.449. In second place, number 74, Mark Edwards, your 2022 Formula V Cal Club champion. In third place, number 40, Donald Manth. In fourth place, number 32, Chris Ponson. And in fifth place, number 76, Scott Renner. That is your full field rundown at the midpoint of the race, brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. Eric Poulsen comes rocking by. His new fastest lap now, 2:02.221. A very fast lap time, actually, from Eric Poulsen, all things considered, really putting that Formula Ford through its paces. Our fastest Formula V time, by the way, is a 2:19.255 from Mark Edwards in the Glam Drink, following along behind. So, not bad from him either, actually, considering the Formula V class and what it's capable of. Our drivers heating up out there as Chris Ponson and Scott Renner both set their fastest laps. We're 18 minutes into the race. Everybody having a good, clean, fun time out there. If you're interested in participating in Cal Club events or the SCCA, that's easy for you to do. We look for all sorts of individuals down here to help, plenty of volunteer positions, or even if you're just wanting to come out and race, we'd be happy to have you. We do track days out here at Buttonwillow as well, which is where you can pay a little bit of money and come out in your car and do some laps, tool around the Buttonwillow Raceway course. Very fun, good time had by all. If you're interested in any of that, you can find out more details at www.scca.com. And if you're not local to the SCCA region, or I should say calclub.com, if you're not local to the Cal Club region and you want to get involved in the SCCA wherever you live, and there are many regions across the country, you can look that up at www.scca.com. Come on down, fill a roll, have a good time out here at Buttonwillow. Admire the beauty of a very lovely Raceway, and it's about to get a lot better out here as well at Buttonwillow. A second track opening up. It was delayed a little bit. Inclement weather has slowed down the construction just a little bit as well, but it's coming along nicely. That's going to be the circuit at Buttonwillow. We just got an update last night from the chair of Cal Club's executive board, I believe, Mike Miserandino, telling us that by the end of 2023, it is very likely that we'll be seeing at least one of the Cal Club events this year down at that Buttonwillow Circuit Racecourse. If you're interested in seeing what it looks like in its more sort of protean state as it's being built up, I encourage you to check this same YouTube channel, which, by the way, you should subscribe to and follow if you're interested in hearing more updates about SCCA racing and enjoying some of the wonderful content that Racing Network creator Brian Bielansky puts out into the world here. But you can check the past videos on this channel, and you will almost certainly find a video that Mr. Bielansky did of him driving around the new track and getting an idea of what it's going to look like. And more content, of course, as we develop. When the paving's done, I bet Brian will be out there and we will have another kind of race video for you to show you what drivers can expect, what you can expect as a spectator. Speaking of drivers, Eric Poulsen coming around, officially lapping the Formula V leader. That was Mark Edwards, who just got passed right there. A nice clean pass by Eric Poulsen, who's on his 10th lap now and has set a pace of 2:01.232. So he's got that Formula V screaming, or that Formula Ford screaming out there on this course. Really good stuff from Eric Poulsen throughout. Coming up after this race, we will have race group 6, which will be our small bore slicks closed wheel cars. A interesting group, worth having a little listen to. A lot of kind of older cars in that one as well, and some names you may have heard from some of our other races. Definitely a lot of those Group 6 cars participated in Group 1 racing today, which is probably where you saw them. So don't go anywhere for that. Well worth listening to. Meanwhile, in this race, we are 23 minutes in, so nearly close to the end here. Probably maybe 3 more laps to go, I would say, in this race, all things being what they are. They are definitely not finishing at 16 laps. They will hit that 30-minute mark first, which is to be, I think, expected here. Tracy Kane, the starter, showing the blue flag there as Eric Poulsen comes roaring by another individual. I believe that was Chris Ponson, who just got passed for maybe the second time right there, as Eric Poulsen continues to drive that Formula V like he's being chased by the hounds of hell. Or Formula Ford, I should say. I keep messing that up. He's going so fast, it's hard to tell what he is sometimes. He's got no one to prove anything to out there, so I think he's just having a good time letting it rip. That was another 2:01.684, so another 2:01 time for him right there. In fact, 3 of our drivers set their best lap times on that last lap. Mark Edwards coming in at a 2:18.868, Donald Manth coming in at a 2:19.366, and Chris Ponson with a 2:28.735. Well, Cal Club Racing is just getting started for the year here as well, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a Cal Club member or you're interested in coming out to one of our Cal Club events, we've got plenty more on the schedule here for the rest of the year. If I can just find out when our next event is going to be, I want to say it's going to be the Hoosier Tire Super Tour. Also a 25A clockwise configuration, same as today, and that'll be coming up February 24th and 26th of 2023 here at Buttonwillow Parkway. And then in March, the 25th and the 26th, we'll see the U.S. Majors taking place here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. So two exciting races to keep your mind on right there. For the Hoosier Tire Super Tour, Brian Bielansky, I imagine, will be back in here. And you'll probably have the rest of the Super Tour crew out here as well. The gentlemen who were down in Florida this weekend at Sebring will bring themselves out to Buttonwillow. So that's something to look forward to. And I'm sure we'll get some good coverage of that on the Racing Network podcast and on the official Super Tour broadcasting forums as well. All that information, of course, available to you at calclub.com. Another new fast lap time here for Eric Poulsen. He is roaring on this track. I don't know what he's racing for out there, but he's racing. He put a 2-minute .572 time on his 12th lap. So really pushing that formula forward as hard as he can possibly can here on a Sunday afternoon, and you've got to admire it because he is cooking with gas out there, ladies and gentlemen, for lack of a better word. Well, the white flag should be coming out soon here, indicating our last lap. I hear the chatter on the radio, usually indicative of us coming towards the end. Eric Poulsen continuing to set a blistering pace out there on the track and wrap this one up. His latest time, he just keeps getting faster. 159.681. So he's tearing it up. I mean, he's genuinely going very fast. I know that I've said it a couple of times, but I don't think I can overemphasize it enough. Meanwhile, down on the line here, Donald Manth and Scott Renner respectively setting their fastest times of the day. So all of them heating up a little bit here towards the tail end of the race. Mostly racing themselves, truth be told, but it's nice to see them putting the effort out there regardless. Well, here comes the white flag out for the last lap, and there goes Eric Poulsen kicking us off right here for that last lap. His lap time on that one, another fast one. Not much faster than his previous, but still quite fast, 159.650. He's given it all it's got out there, and we'll see if he manages to break that one more time as he comes around for lap number 15. He's clearly feeling himself out there. He's on lap 15. The other closest racer, Mark Edwards, is on lap 12, about to come in here across the line and get his white flag. Group 6 to the grid, please. Group 6 to the grid. Calling our next cars to the grid here. Getting them ready for our second to last race of the day, the small bore slicks closed wheels. And after that, it'll only be one race to go. Our Spec Miata class will be finishing us out here on the day, and they are always a treasure to watch. Don't go anywhere. Stay around for that. We'll take a quick break here in between these races once we have a confirmation that our current leader is across the line, and therefore the race is coming to an end. And there's the checkered flag being waved by Tracy King. And that should be the end of it there. Eric Paulson comes screaming across that finish line. And that will be the end of the race. Your full field rundown here at the end of group number 5, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast and the Racing Network. In first place, number 48, Eric Paulson. In second place, number 74, Mark Edwards. In third place, number 40, Donald Manth. In fourth place, number 32, Chris Ponson. And in fifth place, number 76, Scott Renner. And that will do it here for group number 5 this weekend at Buttonwillow. I've been Tristan Parker filling in for Brian Bielansky, and you have been listening to the U.S. Majors Tour, the Andy Porterfield Memorial here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, brought to you by the SCCA Cow Club. We'll be right back after this break with group number 6, so don't go anywhere. Plenty more racing action on this Sunday. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the U.S. Major Tour, the Andy Porterfield Memorial, brought to you by Cal Club and the SCCA at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. My name is Tristan Parker, and I will be bringing you your coverage of your remaining races on the day, filling in for Brian Bielansky. And speaking of remaining races, we have our Group 6 on the track right now, our small bore slicks closed wheel. So some fun cars out there on the track, and in just a second, we'll go ahead and give you all the full field rundown there for this crew. Starting at the top, you are starting at the bottom, I should say. You have in 7th place, number 29, Gary Raymond from San Marcos, California. In 6th place, number 23, K. David Snow from Orange, California. In 5th place, number 19, Albert Correa from San Jose, California. In 4th, number 88, Taz Harvey from Danville, California. In 3rd, number 12, Joe Carr from Petaluma, California. In 2nd, number 132, Michael Lewis from Poway, California. And then starting it all off in 1st place, number 121, Brian Lynn from Hermosa Beach, California, in a 2002 Nissan Sentra. And that is your full field rundown there of the cars in this Group 6 race. Should be a relatively entertaining field. There's some fun cars out there. We'll get to them in a bit. Now we just wait to see, as our cars come back around the straight, whether we get a green flag here on our second to last race of the day. Hope you've been enjoying all the racing action we have been able to bring to you here from Buttonwillow this weekend. Don't forget to subscribe to the Racing Network here to get even more enjoyable updates, all sorts of fun racing related events coverage by founder Brian Bielansky. He's got lots to give. He's got lots of interesting interviews. He's got an excellent podcast, the Inside the SCCA. You can find all of that here on this channel. Our pace car has pulled off the track, and it looks like our racers are lined up side by side, so we should be able to get going. On your camera, you'll be able to see them. The green flag now coming out here from the starter station, so we are racing, and off they go. And number 12 car putting on a sudden burst of speed. I think he actually tried to get around the outside of, I believe it was Taz Harvey who was up there. No, it was Michael Lewis who he tried to get around the outside of. In fact, Brian Lynn might have had some issues right there. We'll have to wait for confirmation, but I think he might not have been able to hold on to his first place start at a bit of an ugly, start there, all things considered. Our camera today, not the usual great camera angles we get, and I do apologize for that, but it will cover the grid area on the left-hand side of the ugly support pillar, and then on the right-hand side of the ugly support pillar, that is the pit lane, and then on the outer edge, the straight coming away from the starter tower, leading into the sunset turn, and then in the distance there, a thin black line and some road work. That is the Grapevine, which is one of our early elevation categories here. Now you can hear, or well, you can't hear, but I can certainly hear some real engine power on display out there from those small bores, the kind of angry whine of, I believe it was Michael Lewis and Joe Carr there coming down into the dogleg. We'll get a better picture of the field when they come back around again. One of my favorite cars here of all the cars at SCCA, a consistent attendant here is K. David Snow in his 1977 Volkswagen Rabbit. It's a beautiful, beautiful little machine for what it is. It's fun to see him tooling around with it down there. Always has a good pride of place position as well, which is something that I like. Very close to the control tower. Very much an embodiment, I think, of some of the best parts of the SCCA. Another old car in this grouping is Gary Raymond, he of San Marcos, California. He's got a 1976 Porsche 914, so a pretty cool car. There's a Boxster out there as well, and then a spattering of Miatas and a Nissan Sentra. Some of these racers have actually already participated today. My apologies. Joe Carr and Taz Harvey both have been in races, at least Here they come back around on the lead now. Michael Lewis taking the early lead. That's number 132 there. Your second place in terms of qualifiers in a 1992 Mazda RX-7. Brian Lynn, your pole position sitter, trying to catch up with Michael Lewis. Number 121 right there, 0.289 seconds behind, followed by Joe Carr and then Albert Correa. Taz Harvey, Garrett Raymond, K, David Snow, they're kind of finishing up the back end right there. And Joe Carr in one of those open-top Mazdas having a little bit of misfortune down near turn number 15, going off the track, and now he's showing some slow movement out there as well, so he might have seen better days. Meanwhile, looking back to the leaders, though, Brian Lynn trying to get up and around Michael Lewis as they head down to the Riverside. He's not quite discovered the opening hole that he needs to get to thread the needle right there, and Michael Lewis will hold on. Both Brian Lynn and Michael Lewis, very talented drivers, so if they kind of keep battling throughout this race, that'll be something to keep an eye on for sure among our drivers here today. Very quickly going to pull up our track map. It's the 25A clockwise configuration. You should note, of course, the A section is used here. It does not end at the off-ramp. Now, yesterday, there was all sorts of water and hazards and mud on the track. It's not been the case here today, and as a result, the races have been both figuratively and literally much cleaner for these drivers. Some issues we saw arising in the Cotton corners, that's not as much anymore. The East Loop, relatively easy for most of these drivers. Unfortunately on the West Loop, we do lose vision at certain points in time of these cars, depending on where they go. That's just a sort of natural part of the lines of sight that we have here from the race control tower. So heading down into Star Mazda, we don't really get much of a view down there, but I assure you we're keeping an eye on it. Coming across the line, Michael Lewis, Brian Lynn still chasing 0.369 seconds in that race, and Brian Lynn trying to make up the difference coming down into the sunset or the sunrise turn. That's often where you see people battle it out when they're very serious. Speaking of it being very serious, Taz Harvey and Albert Correa chasing after one another as they come across the line. It's Taz Harvey sitting at 0.646 right there, catching up on the backside of Albert Correa, but not able to make the pass. And here comes the misfortunate Joe Carr across the line right there. Well, that gap opened up a little bit as they came to the dog leg between Michael Lewis and Brian Lynn. You can see Brian putting a little bit of speed coming down into the Riverbend turn, heading over towards Phil Hill, but not enough. Meanwhile, our other little fight that's happening, our duel, let's say, Taz Harvey is creeping up, also on Riverbend, to Albert Correa. But now throughout the day, we've seen passes happen over on the Riverbend side. We've also seen a lot of cars trying to use Riverbend to close distance, or Riverside to close distance, and then they've kind of opened up again and done it 1 and 1 and 1, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's just kind of the nature of the beast. It's definitely been one of our most popular closing spots, but down in the longer parts of the track, or the not so long parts of the track, I should say, in those turns at either end of the shape here, the U shape, that's where we've unfortunately seen a lot of drivers kind of not be able to make up the distance. So it's been incredibly hard, even for the drivers who have put in really good performances, to try and catch up in these turns. And speaking of catching up in these turns, here we go again. Pass down the straightaway. A lot of speed coming off Brian Lynn right there, but not enough. He has to hit the brakes, and a good little bit of defensive driving work there from Michael Lewis as well to keep Brian Lynn contained, to read those lines and prevent an opening from happening. Speaking of speed, that was 203.920 there for Brian Lynn. Here come Albert Correa and Taz Harvey, a similar tale. Taz Harvey having to brake just a second later, trying to eat up as much of the gap between the two of them as possible as they came down there into Sunrise. Turning my eyes back now over to Michael Lewis and Brian Lynn as they head up towards the Grapevine. We'll come down into the dog leg again. This is usually where Brian Lynn tries to open up the throttle a little bit and catch up to number 132, and he does so one more time. They head into Riverside. A little flash from the brakes there of Michael Lewis. That didn't look particularly good. They're nearly side by side coming into Riverbend, but I assume that Michael Lewis will be able to build out just a little bit since he's still doing a great job of maintaining that lead throughout. Switching back over to our other view here, Albert Correa and Taz Harvey, a similar story unfolding. Taz Harvey trying to gas it up, heading down into Riverbend. He's really pushing in on the inside edge of the Riverside turn. And I've lost him. There he is again. And he emerges. I'm not sure. I'm waiting for a call just to make sure nothing happened right there. But it did look like, from what I saw, Taz Harvey managed to get the better of Albert Correa. Well, there it is, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, a confirmation from our flagger out down by turn number 9, which is at Riverside. Taz Harvey brings his nose into the side of number 19, Albert Correa, which sent Albert Correa careening off course right there over the edge. He's fine by the sounds of it, but his car is stuck in the mud, and that unfortunately will require a tow. No word on what Taz Harvey may be looking at. Those two were getting very boisterous with their racing there because it was a proper race. Sounds like Taz Harvey didn't escape that potential collision, or that collision entirely unscathed. He's got body damage on his front left side of his car there as well. So some drama here towards the end of, or towards the midpoint of the Group 6 race. I doubt very much that Albert Correa is particularly happy about what occurred right there. It is unfortunately part and parcel to the racing experience. Occasionally, these sort of incidents will happen whether you like it or not. It's up to race control and the stewards to sort of assign judgment as to what exactly occurred in that section. Meanwhile, at the front of the pack, a 0.758 gap between Brian Lynn and Michael Lewis. Michael Lewis simply not allowing Brian Lynn the space needed to get around him. They will continue dueling back and forth, but for now it looks like our duel between Taz Harvey and Albert Correa has come to a standstill. Joe Carr, the next closest car to Taz Harvey, and he is a good few seconds back. Number 121, Brian Lynn, so close to a potential pass on Michael Lewis. Sets our fastest lap time here at a 2:03.419, 0.136 between him and Michael Lewis, but he was not able to find his pass again on the Sunrise turn. Every lap he tries it, every lap he is denied. Will he get another chance as they go up into Phil Hill? I can see the sparks coming off the brakes there of Michael Lewis, who is really riding his machine hard right here, trying to stave off the attacks of Brian Lynn. And now he's putting on a bunch of speed coming into the dog leg, kind of doing what Brian Lynn has been doing and widening the gap between the two of them. Brian Lynn comes for the match right there down at the Riverside turn. But he will not catch up. A full course yellow now being issued, presumably in relation to the need to tow Albert Correa out. So all our drivers operating under a little bit of caution out there. Our pace car will probably be heading out. Full course yellow out, and we have another car out there that looks to be limping just a little bit. That's the number 12 car of Joe Carr, who did have an off and on, I believe, earlier in this race. He's losing speed rapidly coming down the dogleg, heading into the Riverside turn. I don't think that's just an abundance of caution for the full yellow, by the way. I think he's genuinely been pricked. Well, full yellow still in effect here. Our pace car has picked up the leading cars, and that's going to slow down the progress of Group 6 here. The tow trucks coming out here, our emergency service crews, they do such a good job. Coming out immediately, they're attaching a line to 1-9 there so they can pry Albert Correa's car out of the mud. One of our 2 EPs in this contest, him and Joe Carr. Under this full course yellow, Brian Lynn fell about 1.322 seconds back behind Michael Lewis, but he's slowly making that up, being a little bit cheeky up by the dog leg. And just what we were hoping wouldn't occur has unfortunately reached us. Rain is falling yet again here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the upteenth time this weekend. It's not a particularly heavy rain at the moment, which I think we're all very fortunate for. But it is raining. Which means that our last 2 groups here, the back half of the Group 6 and Group 7, our Spec Miatas, are going to have a challenge on their hands. It's possible here, too, as well, Joe Carr is having a mechanical issue. Albert Correa back on the track has been pulled out by the tow truck. He's going to try and finish under his own power, but he apparently going very slow. I think probably some mud, at the very least a lot of mud up in the undercarriage of his car is going to force him to take this probably a little bit less exciting than he would want to be. That's a 1999, by the way, Porsche Boxster in the hands of Albert Correa there. 1-2 red, Joe Carr pulling into the pit right there. Still under full yellow here. Well, it looks like we might have lost 2 cars right there, unfortunately. Joe Carr and Albert Correa. We'll see if Correa can somehow manage to work his way back into this. The pace car is going to stay out for at least one more lap here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, but we are halfway through this Group 6 race, and yes, it is under a full yellow, but we might as well go ahead and do a midfield rundown here, brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. Since 1986, Porterfield Brakes has earned a reputation for manufacturing quality competition brake pads and brake products to the performance racing industry. A close working relationship with leading professional motorsports teams has led to the development of one of the finest racing brake pads ever produced. This uniquely engineered composite brake pad uses the latest ceramic composite technology design and combines high performance materials to make a better stopping and more rotor friendly brake pad. If you're interested in Porterfield Brakes products, go ahead and check them out at porterfield-brakes.com. Here's your midfield rundown as it stands. Starting at the top, number 132, Michael Lewis. In second place, number 121, Brian Lynn. In third place, number 88, Taz Harvey. In fourth place, number 12, Joe Carr, who is now coming in behind the pit wall. In fifth place, number 29, Gary Raymond. And in sixth place, number 23, K. David Snow. In seventh, Number 19, Albert Correa, unclear whether Albert Correa will be continuing the race or not at this time. And that is your mid-race full field rundown brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. Still under a full course yellow here. We're doing one more lap with the pace car, and then we will be green to go. One more race on the deck here today. Our Spec Miata class, including our 2022 Driver of the Year, Evan Jacobs. So that promises to be an exciting race. Also, our Rookie of the Year, Austin Varco, in that race, and his father, David Varco, also a participant. So plenty of star power in the last race of the day. A very competitive group and well worth watching. Confirmation coming now that Albert Correa is forced to withdraw from the race. 1-9 into the pit lane, dragging something from the back of his car. So unfortunately, it looks like that'll be the end of him for today. Which is a shame, because that duel between him and Taz Harvey was looking pretty good until a bit of a bump there on an attempted pass sent it all askew. And that is so often the case here when things do go awry. Should be green flags ready to be signaled here on this next lap around, and we'll get back to some racing. 10 minutes left in this race. The rain has returned, but it seems to be very light, very patchy as well, so hopefully not a huge detriment. And if this race ends in the next 10 minutes and the Spec Miatas can get going, they might have to not deal with a particularly difficult track, though I will say there's probably conversations happening right now down in the Spec Miata garages about what kind of tires they want to bring out onto the track. Do they want to bring the wet tires? Do they want to stay with normal tires? My gut feeling is we'll be seeing tire swaps to wet tires here for our last race of the day. And there is the green flag from the starter, so we are back on full race speed. Mike Lewis still in the lead. Brian Lynn still in second place. The two of them tearing away here. Following them up, Taz Harvey, Gary Raymond, Joe Carr, David Snow. Or just David Snow. Joe Carr, unfortunately, out of the race. I can see him down on the pit wall, having his car checked out. It should be the end of him for today's race as well. So 2 cars out, 5 cars still in. The battle to watch. Brian Lynn attempting to catch up to Michael Lewis in that first place position. 0.846 seconds between them. Gary Raymond appearing to be the first victim of our new rainy conditions. A spin and continue, heading down towards the A section of the track. All drivers presumably going to be exercising a certain modicum of caution now that the rain has returned, whether they like it or not. That's just what circumstances are going to force on them. Joel Carr now getting a visit too from our SCCA team to make sure everything's good down there with his car. Fortunately, it looks like Joe Carr will need a tow here to get his car out of pit lane. An unfortunate end for his races today. 8 minutes left in this race, our second to last race of the day here, which has been a fun, rainy, wild, memorable, I would say, weekend here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. I don't think this is one that anybody's going to forget anytime soon, that's for sure. And there's the pass. It's happened. Brian Lynn finding his way around Michael Lewis. Finally, he's been working at it for the past 23 minutes. He'll get him as they come across the line right there. Maybe the rain playing a bit of a factor in that. Their times have certainly slowed down, that's for sure. A 2:24 from Michael Lewis and a 2:21 from Brian Lynn, both of them speeding up after the back of that pace car going off in the green. So the rain, I think, playing a big factor in that one as well. About 3 more laps left in this race here. Brian Lynn, your new race leader, and now the pressure on Michael Lewis there to try and catch that back up. It does seem, and we're getting multiple reports from our flagger stations out there, that Brian Lynn and Michael Lewis both taking a much more cautious pace. The same applies to Taz Harvey and K. David Snow and Gary Raymond, actually. After seeing Joe Carr behind the wall, after seeing Albert Correa off the edge of the track, and with the rain coming in, multiple causality really coming into play right here and putting a lot of pressure onto the drivers to be a bit more cautious out there. And I think that's reflected. Brian Lynn coming across at a 2:21, Michael Lewis at a 2:23. So 3-second gap between them. Whatever real battle they had, I think may have kind of gone, and they're just mostly trying to finish this one off. Probably pretty close to the white flag being brought out here as well, so that's something that we should expect to see probably on the next lap, if we're being honest with ourselves, as these racers try and bring it home for the end of the day. Some of our Spec Miatas starting to filter in on the grid there, as you would expect for our last race of the day. But back on the field, things have taken a turn here, both in terms of inclement weather and in terms of our drivers and their caution. For reference, Brian Lynn's fastest lap on the day was a 2:03.419. His last lap, lap number 10, a 2:21.993, so nearly a 2:22. Again, just a reminder, if you've been listening to our race coverage today, if you want to hear more race coverage, you want to hear more racing content, don't forget to subscribe to the Racing Network. All sorts of interesting and exciting content available here. You can see interviews. You can get in on the Inside the SCCA podcast with Brian Bielansky. Great stuff there for race fans everywhere, especially people who are into the SCCA scene. White flag out now. Our last lap is upon us as Brian Lynn comes across the finish line running a 2:23.723, so he has significantly slowed down. We should be coming to a relatively pedestrian conclusion to a race that honestly had a lot of promise and a couple of real sort of high moments in it, and some kind of havoc as well. And it's always a bit of a shame to see a race change like that, but given the current weather conditions, given how close we are to the end of the race day, you can sympathize with the drivers and their desire to play this one safe, play this one cool, just finish it out. Oh, Brian Lynn coming down now off of the Riverside turn, heading towards Phil Hill and then down through the Star Mazda. We should be reaching nearly the tail end of this race. We'll go ahead and get ready to give you the full field rundown here when we get our leader across the finish line. Out comes the checkered flag, rain or shine, ready to go. Brian Lynn played his cards right, was a very patient driver, got ahead of Michael Lewis at just the right time, and then was able to usher himself across the finish line with some very cautious racing here on the tail end of this. Our poor starter, shivering, jacket up, hood ready to go. The weather, not enough to deter him from vigorously waving the checkered flag there, here at the end of the race. There it goes, and down the trick comes Brian Lynn, number 121, across the line and winning the race. And now your full field rundown here, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast and the Racing Network. Starting in first place, number 121, Brian Lynn. In second place, number 132, Michael Lewis. In third place, number 12, Joe Carr. In fourth place, number 88, Taz Harvey. In fifth place, number 19, Albert Correa. Things are getting a little mixed up right here. Give me 1 second. All right, starting it over. At the top, in first place, number 121, Brian Lynn. In second place, number 132, Michael Lewis. In third place, number 88, Taz Harvey. In fourth place, number 29, Gary Raymond. In fifth place, number 23, the little Volkswagen Rabbit that could, K. David Snow. And then, unfortunately, Joe Carr and Albert Correa unable to finish today's race. And that will do it here for Group 6. One more race left to go. Some of our most exciting racers still on deck. The Spec Miata group, Group number 7, featuring Racer of the Year, Evan Jacobs, and Rookie of the Year, Austin Varco, coming up right after this break. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the U.S. Major Tour here at the end of Porterfield Memorial at Buttonwillow Raceway. It's Cow Club and the SCCA. I'm Tristan Parker filling in for Brian Bielansky. This is our last race of the day, Group 7, the Spec Miata class. Always thrilling, always fun, and it's going to be both those things here tonight because it's starting to rain. It's been a wet weekend here at Buttonwillow, and in fine fashion, one last dumping pour down here for our drivers. Let's go ahead and give you our grid rundown so you know who to expect in this race. Name some names. Starting in 9th place, number 33, Rocco Ruzic from Humble, Texas. In 8th place, number 35, Evan Jacobs from Encino, California. In 7th place, number 45, John Stott from Norco, California. In 6th, number 74, Gabe Estrada Jr. from El Cajon, California. In 5th place, number 7, Alan Lucard IV from Corona, California. In 4th, number 98, David Varco from Bonita, California. In 3rd place, number 37, Jeremy Rudder from Sherman Oaks, California. In 2nd place, number 87, Clement Lee from San Diego, California. And then your 1st place pole sitter, number 2, Austin Varco from Bonita, California, and a 1999 Mazda Miata. That is your full field rundown there, brought to you by the Racing Network, the Racing Wire, and the Inside the SCCA podcast. It's been a fun weekend here. Hopefully going to end in fine fashion. This is a very competitive group. I mentioned it a couple of times. There's big names in here. Evan Jacobs, Austin Varco, David Varco. They're all very, very talented drivers out there on the field, and they take their racing very, very seriously. Just a reminder, if you're interested, don't forget to subscribe to the Racing Network here. You can catch all the racing action and plenty of great racing content brought to you by creator Brian Bielansky here on this channel. But for now, the final race of the day. It's been long awaited, and I think it's probably going to be one of our most exciting ones here. We're going to wait here for our starter as they come around, and we'll get an idea on whether they are good to go. I think all of us here hoping for a clean start so we can get this bad boy underway. I'm going to go ahead and just adjust some things. Right there. Pace car now in the pit lane. That should be enough for us to kick this bad boy off. Green flag is out. Tracy Kane waves the green flag. Here they come side by side, nearly 3 aside there for a brief second as they come down, speeding towards that first turn. All the brake lights turning on very quickly there as well onto Sunrise. Nobody wants to be the person who goes off right at the start. We did actually have some of that happen yesterday. It's not the case here. And already water beginning to accumulate down there on the track. And speaking of the track, let's go ahead and for the last time this weekend pull up our track map so you can see where we're running. It's the 25A clockwise configuration. Do note the off-ramp not in play this weekend. It's actually the A section extended out right there. We've got to get this graphic updated. It's one of our longest configurations, clocking in at 3.02 miles, 4.8 kilometers. And it has been a challenge for the drivers out here this weekend. The wet weather conditions have created an awful lot of mud. It's been on the track, it's been in the cars, and most importantly, if you go off the track here today, well, it's kind of like a game of the floor is lava. Very few cars that have gone off have managed to get back on, and if you go off in a big way, Lord help you, because the only thing that will get you out is one of our brave emergency crew folks with a tow truck, so you do not want to be in that situation. You can see the spray starting to kick up on these cars as well. A light rain following right now on Buttonwillow. It's been worse here, but it's building up in certain areas of the track. For example, coming down into that Sunrise turn in the Cotton Corners, you'll see it The dogleg as well usually has a pretty bad amount of water, and then in some of the sections we can't see down towards Phil Hill, Star Mazda, they see some runoff there as well. So all perils that the Spec Miata drivers will have to take into account. They're a bunch that like a challenge, and certainly this last race of the day, last race of the weekend, it's going to be a challenge for the Spec Miatas. Just waiting for them to come back into focus here. We can get you a better idea of what the pack looks like. There was definitely some jostling happening there, both coming down into the Sunrise turn and after the Sunrise turn, leading up towards the Grapevine and even straight down into the Dogleg. We saw some movements. Here comes Rookie of the Year Austin Varco across the line. David Varco, his father, right in behind him. Evan Jacobs has climbed 5 positions in 1 lap. Evan Jacobs has shot up to 3rd place overall. Rocco Ruzic has also done some serious work to catch up underneath into 4th. Clement Lee, Gave Estrada Jr., Jeremy Rutter, John Stott, and Alan Lukehart, the losers there, unfortunately. Though, to be fair, number 7, Alan Lukehart, the 4th, has been holding mid-position on 5. He's the only driver who hasn't shifted outside of Austin Varco. So some movement coming down into the dogleg right there. They're using that kind of as their passing quarter, but you can actually see the water starting to build up there on the entrance to the Riverside turn. And that's something that could get increasingly problematic because the rain does not really appear to be letting up. Again, it's not a heavy rain. This isn't the equivalent of the downpours that we were seeing yesterday, which, I mean, was genuinely just sheeting rain. These ones are a little bit more light, but the moisture still does not drain off this track out here at Buttonwillow very well, so it's going to pose a significant problem for some of these drivers. They do have the benefit, of course, of having the closed cars. They will not be getting rain straight to the face, which is a small mercy to be had here for them as they race here, but already some shifting happening down in the back as well. Still impressed by the meteoric rise of both Rocco Ruzic and Evan Jacobs. They had such poor qualifying laps, and then they just powered up to get those 3rd and 4th positions respectively. Now it's the terrible twosome. The Varcos there at the lead are going to be under constant pressure here, specifically, I would imagine, from Evan Jacobs. And there they come across the line. Here comes Evan Jacobs following, and he's not got Rocco Ruzic far behind him, and genuinely Alan Lukehart III not far out of it as well. To give you an idea of what the spread looks like, David Varco 0.7 seconds behind his son Austin Varco. Evan Jacobs 2 seconds behind David Varco, and then Rocco Ruzic coming in at a mere 0.485 seconds behind Evan Jacobs. So a very tight opening formation right there, about 4 cars, and then Alan Lukehart III kind of 3 seconds behind Rocco Ruzic. Not a majorly big gap actually right there, and one that could be surmounted all things considered. So it's wild. It's wild. It's got a lot of potential in it here. 5 minutes in, 14 laps to go. We're either going to hit 30 minutes or 16 laps. It's going to be one or the other. And, well, somebody's going to walk away with the win at the end here. Evan Jacobs needs to watch his tail. He's getting chased hard by Rocco Ruzic. Rocco Ruzic might actually go for a pass here as they come into the Riverside. Rocco Ruzic tried to sneak in underneath, but he won't find it. A good bit of defensive driving right there by Evan Jacobs. They both kind of had to slam on the brakes, but Evan Jacobs definitely got the better of it. Rocco Ruzic thought he saw a needle he could thread, and Evan Jacobs promptly said, no, got in the way and forced Rocco Ruzic to slow down considerably. So This is the nature of the duel sometimes. You think you have an opening, you try for that opening, you do not get the opening, and then you're back to kind of square one and you have to build it all up again. Just as a final reminder, if you are interested in being part of the events here, whether you be a driver or, as we always need more of, a volunteer, we've got all sorts of opportunities out here for volunteers. If you're interested in either of those things, go ahead and take a look at the Cal Club website, www.calclub.com, or if you want to be involved in the SCCA but not in this region, you can take a look at www.scca.com. Back to the front nine now. Austin Varco getting past here. Evan Jacobs still holding off Rocco Ruzic, but Rocco Ruzic trying to make another move as they come down into Sunrise. Breaks on yet again. And no, he will not find that opening one more time. Now, David Varco is in an interesting position here, holding about 0.89 of a second back from his son, Austin. He could theoretically do a little blocking here for for Austin if it became necessary, if Evan Jacobs closes that 2.4 second gap between them, or if Rocco Ruzic is the one to challenge, or, of course, David Varco has the opportunity to just, put pressure on Austin, maybe get around him. Something that he's going to have to make some thoughts and decisions about, I think, in the near future here as this race continues. We see them on the dog leg. Austin Varco, David Varco seems to be kind of continuing to maintain a decent position. Once more, Rocco Ruzic applying some pressure on the Riverside, but his previous adventurism there seems to have curbed his enthusiasm for Riverside. Our next Cal Club event, by the way, February 24th through 26th, 2023, the Hoosier Tire Super Tour here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, and that's going to be an exciting one, a big event. Big deal stuff. Come on down for that. You don't want to miss it. Brian Bielanski will be back here, I assume, with the rest of the Super Tour team, and they'll be providing some excellent coverage for you. Going to be well worth your time. Meanwhile, it does seem like we've had a little bit of an issue here out on the course. It would not be clean. It might be number 45, John Stott, who is off track and needs a tow. It was bound to happen. And there has been a pass somewhere down by Star Mazda. David Varco got around Austin Varco. Evan Jacobs got around him, and Rocco Ruzic did as well. Oh, poor Austin Varco has gone off the track down by somewhere along Phil Hill. The Star Mazda turned, and a tow is needed to get him out of the mud. We talked about that sucking mud earlier multiple times. It is muddy out there, folks. It is wet and cold. And that means that David Varco, now representing the Varcos here in the lead position, and Evan Jacobs, 1.28 seconds between the two of them. Evan Jacobs using that opportunity to put the pressure on. Rocco Ruzic trying to close there as well. So now a fight of three there at the start. And Austin Varco, who was setting record times, or setting the day record, I should say, not the track record, but setting really good times considering the conditions. Unfortunately, that'll be the end of him there. Here comes those three again. You watch them coming down the dogleg into Riverside. David Varco, Evan Jacobs, Rocco Ruzic are the players in the game. Four colors yellow coming out now here for our last race of the day. Our hardworking flag workers thought they were in the clear. They are not. We need two tow trucks simultaneously. One for number 45, John Stott, and one for number 2, Austin Varco. Hopefully Austin will be able to get back on the track and at least finish this race under his own power. It does sound like, from everything I've heard, it probably is the end of the race day for John Stott. Well, 11 minutes in, nearly 12 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen, and we are under a full course yellow. Can't be helped, just the way it is. I mean, with the conditions being what they are, visibility even at a distance is dropping because of the rain. The weather has really turned here at the very tail end of this race, and just looking out the window and trying to get a gauge on the rain, it is starting to come down quite heavy here. This is more like what we were seeing yesterday. So that full course yellow is slowing things down. Pace car has picked up our leader, and we will continue under these conditions for a while here at the end of this race. Well, David Varco still maintaining that leadership position. Now with the pace car out there, though, things have really slowed down. Tow truck out on there as well on the track, having to go around and make sure everything's cleared and cleaned as well. Kind of puts a damper on things, but it's the way it goes. And a big shout out, by the way, at this time to all of our volunteers here this weekend, but especially our flagging crew, our starters, and our emergency workers, our race control folks. It has been a tiring weekend for them. Wild stuff happening out there, and they have maintained such composure and such professionalism throughout. Big ups to all of them for doing such a good job. Honestly, can't emphasize it enough. There have been so many tow truck calls this weekend, and every time emergency services, flaggers have spotted it, immediately got it on the radar. Race control has immediately taken a hand in it, and emergency services has never failed to respond in an adequate and appropriate manner. So big ups to them for it. Pace car will soon be going lights out. We might be maintaining double yellows for a lap longer than that, but we should be back underway for racing soon. Rain showing no sign of letting up right here. Austin Varco is back under his own power on the track, so that's good to see. I mean, he's very deep back in now just due to that delay. It was a 7-minute, 20-second lap there for poor Austin, but credit to him, he's fighting it out. John Stott off the track, taking a pit stop. Unclear whether he's done, but by all that we can tell, he is. Fortunate for Austin Varco that he was able to continue, actually. I don't think he'll be able to catch up to his leadership position no matter how hard he drives, just in terms of timing and conditions, but still always happy, I think, to see someone finish the race under their own power instead of having to be taken off. Indeed, John Stott, speaking of being taken off, John Stott, 4-5 behind the wall. That will be the end of his racing weekend here at Buttonwillow. Yellow flags going down, green flags being show. And we are racing again here at Buttonwillow. Halfway through the race now as we get started under green, and immediately a maneuver coming out here from Rocco Ruzic, pushing very hard on the backside of Evan Jacobs as they scream down into the sunrise turn, but Rocco will not find the moment he needs. Alan Lucart IV trying to get in on that action as well. But we are past halfway point, so it's time for the final mid-race full field update, brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. Since 1986, Porterfield Enterprises has earned a reputation for manufacturing quality competition brake pads and brake products to the performance racing industry. A close working relationship with leading professional motorsports teams has led to the development of one of the finest racing brake pads ever produced. This uniquely engineered composite brake pad, using the latest ceramic composite technology design, combines high performance materials to make a better stopping and more rotor friendly brake pad. Porterfield Brakes. Find out all about them at porterfield-brakes.com. And now, your mid-race rundown. Starting in first place, number 98, David Varco. In second place, number 35, Evan Jacobs. In third place, number 33, Rocco Ruzic. In fourth place, number 7, Alan Lukehart IV. In fifth place, number 74, Gabe Estrada Jr. In sixth place, number 87, Clement Lee. In seventh place, number 37, Jeremy Rudder. And in eighth place, number 2, Austin Varco. And there is your full field mid-race update, brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. Well, the rain is continuing to pour down here. I see the lone car of, I believe it's Austin Varco, battling his way along. Here comes your leaders. David Varco across the line. Evan Jacobs chasing. Still trying to close that gap. 0.6 seconds right there. Rocco Ruzic in it to win it as well. 1 second in the mix. Gabe Estrada Jr., meanwhile, has managed to find a way around Alan Lukehart, the fourth, who continues to hold fifth place. He is sitting at about 1.2 seconds behind Rocco Ruzic. David Varco getting pursued up the grapevine, but you can tell that all these drivers are taking it cautiously. Like I've said, they're a competitive group. They're a daring group. They're a fun, talented, experienced racing group, but the weather is, I think, bringing out a sense of caution in them, much like we saw in group number 6, and you can't blame them for it. It's been a long weekend. It's been a difficult weekend for these drivers. I don't think any of them want to push this as far as they possibly can. I don't think they want to endanger themselves or their vehicles or anyone else for that matter. And frankly, this is the only wet weather experience that a lot of these drivers have. Even experienced drivers in the California region may have only done 1 or 2 races in the rain. So it's something that they're not comfortable with, and if you're not comfortable with it, you're not going to go pedal to the metal here. Just a little under 10 minutes here. 9 laps to go. Remember, we will end at 30 minutes. It is fully pouring now for these drivers as David Varco comes across the line. Evan Jacobs on the chase still, but about a wider gap now. They're all taking this very cautiously, very slowly. 1.184, and then Rocco Ruzic 1.793. Sounds like potential bad news here for Austin Varco as well. The number 2 car, who was trying to make up some space, lost some traction here in the wet weather and went spinning. Not sure if it is number 2. Still waiting for confirmation. Might have even been a tires issue, in truth, because there have been so many kind of tire issues or wet weather, I think, driving issues out there on the track today. So that's something to keep in mind. Now word coming in, it might actually be Gabe Estrada Jr. who spun out right there. Austin Varco still in the mix. We'll get a better confirmation when they come around next time, and then it's just a matter of spotting the driver who didn't come past the start line. Looks like the tow will be coming in at the end of this race, so they're going to try and finish it out. Only 7 minutes left here in our last race of the day at Buttonwillow. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in this weekend. We hope you enjoyed our racing coverage here on the Racing Network. Don't forget, if you're interested in more racing content or you want to hear about more races happening out here at Buttonwillow Raceway with Cal Club and the SCCA, as well as news and interviews from around the SCCA, go ahead and subscribe to the Racing Network channel. Check out the Inside the SCCA podcast, brought to you by Brian Bielansky. He always has interesting interviews to pay attention to. 2 cars coming across the line here just now. It is David Varco and Evan Jacobs. Rocco Ruzick far behind. Something's happened there, definitely. 5.7 second gap. Alan Lukehart, the 4th, the next one to come across. We've got signals from Gabe Estrada Jr., Jeremy Rutter, that they both might have gone off. Number 37 and number 74, respectively. Dropping like flies out there in the wet weather. Or like fries, depending on how fast you put them away. Keeping a weather eye, no pun intended, on our crew out there. We'll see how they do. I don't think, and this is a genuine speculation obviously, but I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of intensive racing from the guys here now at the tail end of this. I think had the weather not gotten as heavy as it is in terms of the rain, had we not had multiple, incidents out there and the double yellow, I think we were in line to see a very spicy race. I mean, Evan Jacobs and Rocco Ruzick, respectively, they both climbed 6 positions at the start of this. I mean, they were in it to win it here. But just given everything that's happened and being the last race of the day, I think they're all kind of taking it easy and just aiming to, beat the weather, really, is the opponent. They're going to come in and finish this one off. Just as a final conclusion here for number 88 in our last race, Taz Harvey and Albert Correa, both drivers have agreed that it was a racing incident. Nobody apparently too upset about that. That's what it is at the end of the day. So good to hear that that was resolved. Here comes Evan Jacobs across the line. And it might be a bit problematic. I think David Varco might have also gone off. Indeed, Rocco Ruzick coming by. No sign of David Varco. Indeed, confirmation coming through. David Varco off the track. So both of the Varcos suffering here under the wet weather. And again, the speculation about tire choice does have to come up. I do wonder if that might have been what doomed them, because at the start of this race, it was not this wet and it was not this heavy of a rain. And I think some of these drivers may have gambled on the idea that they could get by without having to switch over to the wet weather tires, but that is not the case, and unfortunately, I don't think we need to. We'll ever really know. Which is sometimes the best things are left as mysteries. So will we see Evan Jacobs manage to pull this one out? We must be getting close to last lap territory here as well. That's something else to take into consideration. Perhaps a bigger consideration is every car going to make this race and finish. Number 33, Rocco Ruzic, is going very slow out there now. David Varco off the board. So we started with 9 cars in this race. We're now down to 4. Alan Lukehart in the number 7 car is also off and out. So our Spec Miatas finish a wild weekend here at Buttonwillow in wild fashion. Couldn't ask for anything more. Oh man, you hate to see it, you do, but you also gotta love to see it. It's all part of the sport. Everybody's okay. Everybody's cars are okay. And at the end of the day, that's what really matters. And you know, it's a good experience. It'll be a good talking point, and you can be sure that these stories of this weekend at Buttonwillow will be shared around many a garage for years to come, because it has truly been some unique racing out here. Very unique to this location as well, I will say. Never seen it like this before. White flag coming out right there. Tracy Kane, I believe, the one who's waving it down at the starter station. Evan Jacobs seeing and acknowledging the white flag. His windshield wipers working overtime to keep him in this. That will nearly be our end. Rocco Ruzic holding on to a distant second place right there, and really cut his speed down, that's for sure. He's going about as slow as he possibly can here. He's going to come across the line, and if you think I'm exaggerating, Rocco Ruzic's fastest lap at the start of this race was a 2:22.708. His last crossing right there was a 2:35.367. So, caution, the watchword of the day there for Rocco Ruzic. Clement Lee still in this race, and then of course Austin Varco, who got back on the track and is still going. And he will be, by the looks of it, the only Varco to finish, considering that David Varco is going to have to be towed out. Turned out, at the end of the day, it was not Austin Varco who went off. A second time. Here comes what I believe to be Clement Lee. No, it'll be Austin Varco. So, I'm actually not sure what happened to Clement Lee out there as well. If we had lost 5 of them, I will be, or no, 6 of them, I will be mightily impressed. Evan Jacobs making his way down through Riverside now, heading up towards Phil Hill. Not long to go. He just has to cross his T's, dot his I's, mind his P's and Q's, and he can come away with a first place win here. There he is, heading down into the Star Mazda turn. Confirmation from the flaggers that he is good to go. The checkered flag is out and ready to be waved down at the start line. Nearly at the conclusion here of our weekend of racing at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Again, a big thank you to all our volunteers for their hard work, and thank you to all our drivers as well for the entertainment they provide, and all of you who have supported the channel and are out here spectating. Much appreciated. Checkered flag in hand of our starter. And now we wait for Evan Jacobs to make his triumphant cross of the finish line. And then we will be all done here, and we'll give you one final full field rundown for the week. It's been an enjoyable weekend at Buttonwillow. Here comes the checkered flag being waved at the finish line. Evan Jacobs powering through, the sort of surviving racer here at the end of the day. Giving a nice little wave there to the starters as he goes by. He knows what he's been able to do. Keep in mind, by the way, when Evan Jacobs started this race after his qualifier, he was in 8th place. He now finishes in 1st. 9 cars started this field. 4 of them are going to cross the finish line. And here is your final full field rundown of the weekend, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast and the Racing Network, starting with first place, climbing 7 places overall, number 35, Evan Jacobs. In second place, also climbing 7 places, number 33, Rocco Ruzick. In third place, number 87, Clement Lee. And in fourth place, number 2, Austin Varco. There's your final full field rundown, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us here on this broadcast of the second day of the U.S. Major Tour, the Andy Porterfield Memorial. My name has been Tristan Parker, filling in for Brian Belansky. And from all of us here at Cal Club, thank you so much for watching. We look forward to seeing you at our next event in February on the 24th through the 26th. That is the Hoosier Tire Super Tour. But for now, thank you for listening and stay safe.